I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I guess I was appointed chair for the day.
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Thanks. Good treasure. Anyway, so we'll start with board minutes.
I make a motion that we accept the board minutes for March 14th, 2023.
And I second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Correspondence, we have a letter from A.T. Burden about the Duane Bradshaw, about the fair board. I read it online. Did you read it?
No.
You did.
But I will really quick.
Anyway, I guess we gotta talk about it today.
Good morning, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Is he not here today?
He's not here today.
Have a few claims for you then.
Really nice on my
Do you
birthday.
want to start here and
Yeah.
then sign or?
Sure.
Sorry,
I don't.
that was my fault because I pointed it in.
It's okay, you guys just take a look. And see what you got. No, thank you, I appreciate the offer, but.
Looked good to me. It's something that has to be done mid-month.
Okay, we got another letter from FERC. This letter is to acknowledge the December 21st, 2022 letter transmitting the 2022 EAP status report for Flint Creek project. We have received the information provided and have the following comments. For December 21st letter states a time sensitive EAP analysis.
No PT today. I tried to get it moved to have it Thursday.
What's that?
Have it Thursday on physical therapy.
Oh,
Mr. Adler gone.
Mr. Adler is gone today.
Oh,
You can sit there if you want.
my knee shit's under.
That's how bossy I am. Here, sit there.
Slide back.
Patty on myself.
several comments. B, your EAP does not include some information identified in the EAP outline, including the dam break study or the appropriate summary of the dam break study typically attached as appendix A. I think we gotta put this on the agenda. Do more study.
Yeah, talk to Jeremiah about it.
Yes.
I don't, from my reading, that didn't seem too major, you know, that.
No, and the time sensitive analysis we did do, and so we uploaded it last week when I talked to Jeremiah. To the e-library, so that's up there now. It just wasn't included and they didn't want it originally. And then the EAP status update, he said we're gonna want to wait to update once we hire a new dam tender, because we're gonna have to update all that documentation anyway.
So they just want a schedule of when it's gonna be done.
Mhm.
Next one is Montana in the Sky newsletter thing.
My printer just not working.
You can open it up to public comment now. Anytime.
See the Rising Sun appeal,
Oh, they
it
did.
didn't go away.
What's that?
Rising Sun appeal,
That's all.
so. But I think there's, Linda and I had an idea on, they have that common area up there. If they just transfer that to the fire department, then they could potentially have that for a fire hall one day. Or the other option is dividing that, selling off one half and improving the existing pond. So that they would, there's ways to do it, but. Then the common area, they're never gonna be able to sell, or they don't wanna do anything with it. That would be the way to go, so. Mediation is gonna be required again. Hopefully we get it settled before even having to pay for. Mediator.
So in your opinion, is that Granite County trying to work with Rising Sun? Is-
Try to get it,
Yes,
still get it settled,
not being.
yeah. And I think if it does go, we have to file briefs with the Supreme Court, I think county will win, but. If we can get it settled before then, all the better, is my thought. I don't know if you want that as an agenda item here. to Talk about.
Probably should. Since you're here, I'm just gonna mention, I already talked to others about it. There's a bill in the legislature, SB 159. And it's going to prohibit it if it passes, eminent domain for recreational purposes. And what's happening is they're making these trails all over the place, like going to, they want to come down through here to the Lord County and so a lot of people are saying, no, you're not gonna go across my place. And so this one person would just told, well, we'll just take it. And this trail would happen to go, so they're doing another trail from Deer Lodge to Lincoln to Helena. And that's what prompted this bill.
Cause a landowner wouldn't.
Take the landowner want to take it, and the trail location is right in front of his house.
Yeah,
So they want to take it out for recreational purposes. Eminent domain.
did that even get out of committee?
Oh, yeah.
It did? Wow,
Well, no, well, it went to the Senate. No, it's a good bill. I mean, so they can't take somebody.
oh, it's saying you can't,
So,
okay,
yeah, so-
okay,
You can't-
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
So what,
Okay, it was saying that you cannot use eminent domain.
For recreation.
Recreational
Okay.
purposes. You-
Okay.
Only
Yeah.
for, yeah, for the roads or.
Okay.
Needed infrastructure. So, yeah, it made it to the Senate and now it's in the House. Public lands, and I think they're gonna,
okay, so. Question then. The trail that they're proposing, should this pass? And it's going across private property and they say no, then they couldn't put the trail there because it'd be recreational purposes.
Right.
And they couldn't do it by eminent domain
for recreational purposes.
or recreational
Yeah,
But
purposes.
not, you know, you could do.
Yeah, but really, the original intent behind eminent domain was for, I mean, for critical infrastructure, not for recreation.
Right. And so can you imagine a rancher having to put fences along his, in the middle of his pasture or whatever? And then he might have to get permission to move the cows one way or the other. But they'll probably do EDA on that on Friday, next Friday.
Morning. Have backache case on for next week, April 4th.
Yep, the 28th and the 4th at 10 AM.
What was that?
Backache case.
Oh.
Get John Hancock on
Next week or?
To next week.
Come in for-
Come in.
up by Maxville there. Gold coin. Here? Yeah.
You wanna sit right here?
No, I'm so good in my car.
But there's cupcakes.
I know.
What is the cupcakes for?
Chuck's birthday's this week.
All right, happy birthday. How's it feel being 29?
Good.
He can't say that. He can say 49.
You can say it felt good at 20.
Yeah.
What Jack Benny was, did used to say he was 39 all the time or 49? Jack Benny,
39.
39. Grant County Commissioner's Office.
Hey, Bryce Scott.
Hi Scott.
Hey, I'll be calling in.
Okay,
I put it right there.
I'm sitting in your chair, is that okay?
What's that?
I'm sitting in your chair, is that okay?
Oh, hell yeah.
so are you gonna be on the line for a while? Chuck is our chairman today,
Okay,
so. Anyway, for 9:45. Agenda item,
yeah, I'll call in right then.
okay,
Okay.
so. On that. Proposed solid waste fee increase, it really isn't a fee increase. All they're trying to do is the overages. Bring them up to, because when they did all the fee increases, they never raised the overages, so it still has to be. Public hearing for it. When
No,
it's
if it's-
actually,
If it's not the base fee on the taxes,
No.
that's when you need the public hearing,
No,
yeah.
yeah. what they're trying to do is bring them up. The overages have been the same since, I think the fees base was 110.
Yeah, we increased it a couple of years ago, but maybe not. So, yeah, obviously sufficient.
Well, are you sure the overages, because Lynn seems to think that they haven't been increased since.
I can go get my, cause we updated the solid waste
But that's what
policy.
she's
Yeah.
coming in for.
Okay, I'll go grab my file.
Why don't you have someone bring it to you?
Need the exercise.
You need to walk.
Yeah. Good. Physical therapy.
I just looked up. So it's House Bill 159.
No, sound.
I put SV, what I do.
Do you want a copy of that?
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Hey Becky,
Yes, ma'am.
when Paul comes in, do you think maybe because it's the areas right now with him making reference for them to come in on April 4th because of the discrepancy that happened last year with medical insurance where
Thank you.
I mentioned it to them.
That'd be great.
Okay,
On the 4th, yeah.
yeah.
The guys need to be able to come in on the fourth to meet with our insurance folks so that they don't
Oh, and they're planning on.
jackwagon up their stuff again this year.
No, they're
But I did go up and chat with them on Thursday last week. I had them, was it Thursday? Wednesday,
Thursday.
something. Yeah, I had them all come up and
Oh,
I kind
okay.
of went through all of the plans that we're offering and what each one of them kind of shows what they can have and what they get and how much it is and stuff. And there were a couple of them that had questions as far as, will this cover, will that cover? And I'm like, you're gonna really need to come and talk to our Mako rep, so,
they're all planning on.
Yeah,
yeah.
cause they had some discrepancy last year.
Mhm, yeah,
Where
we're
it
gonna-
wasn't the fault of the county, it was actually the fault. of-
Misunderstanding.
Yes.
is What for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I gave you. I think it was David's, or I left his packet up there and there's a signing page that needs to
Oh,
come
yeah.
back to me, so.
Yeah, yeah.
If you could have him just sign that, and all that is indicating that he got all of those. Paperwork.
I'll get that from them today.
Perfect, great,
Okey dokey.
thank you.
Well, Jackie,
Good.
well, it's okay.
No,
Look like you kind of need a little sweetening on.
no, I was looking at the chicken. Around. Something that's worth looking at.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Birds are really starting to come back.
Okay, it's time for you. For road report.
Nothing new. We had a bunch of, trucks are running around for a little sand and. In Rock Creek, we got rocks, some came down, but. Pretty much just kicking snow back. Should have everything all kicked back at the lake today unless we get another big storm. So we sent a blade out to East Fork today to start with. They're gonna get rid of that, do what they can with that approach. You can look down Trail Gulch. And then we're gonna kick everything back to the corrals. And from there, he's going down Middle Fork and do what we can do down there. But everything's getting really muddy, frost starting to come out of the ground and. So we've got the truck just on pavement because there's nowhere, they can't plow or anything, you know.
So, yeah, went out to Middle Fork, was a good sand or gravel pile way out there now. How much is there?
There was about 5,000 or so, 50. There was 6,000-ish when Hans did it, so there's probably 7 now. Yeah, they're
So we're gonna have twice a day.
close to it. Yeah. He's been having a hell of a battle just with breakdowns and trying to get parts. Good example, brand new breaks down too.
Are you doing sandbags?
What's that?
Sandbags,
What about
are you taking them out to Rock Creek?
'em? I took them yesterday. Yeah,
What's that? Sandbags?
sandbags, we put them at Crocker, Peaburg and Hall. We've all got them, if anybody needs that.
We're at here, Hebert,
Right by the school,
same place.
yeah.
But Drummond.
Just don't have any, the state shop usually has some right there. By their sand. I'm sure they have them out again.
I was wondering if we ever get some warm weather and the roads dry out a little bit. If we could run around. There's really bad places on all the roads. All the roads, it'd be too early to get all the roads. Maybe we get them. Like in East Fork and Middle Fork, by the bridge there in the Middle Fork.
Just spot blade and stuff.
Yeah, just.
Oh, yeah, we're already planning on, it, for sure. The foster on, going between the two highways, it's a bear cat, especially when you leave Scalpel Road in toward the ranch and Brockrick is Robert.
You get Pearl Street too.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's,
I asked if you could get Pearl Street too. Just kidding.
but no, we stopped spot blade right away. For sure.
How's Travelers Home holding out this year?
So far, so good.
Did you get big drifts on the?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's, just everything's been wind road and held back. If it turns to 75 degrees, it could be a different story, but
Yeah. Well, it might too.
you never
It's
know,
gonna stay cold this long.
right?
Gotta break sometime, I think.
Yeah. They got about 2 weeks worth of logs to haul out of. On Willow Creek,
Oh, yeah.
and they're hoot owling, and they're out of there by 11 o'clock or, you know. So we're just kind of watching that,
It's Candid,
yeah,
yeah. So,
they just really need to get them out of there. Because that part of that timber sale, they had to be done this winter.
Hmm.
So. They're rolling along with it,
what are they doing with that wood? Is that dead wood?
no, it's good, there's a lot of really good wood, it's going to Deer Lodge. I don't know what they're doing with it. The dead shit probably taking it to Missoula. But. Other than that, that's about it. The dumps, we've been having a little ice problem with T-bird, but. We dug it all out yesterday with the backhoe the best they could alongside the scale and. Just. All you can do with it.
Or we're gonna talk about the. You know, the wish list today. You won't be here, so, but I, you had a couple things on there in the wish list. For,
So we'd already decided that we were gonna get his plow trucks, so that's all he gets.
Right.
but we also should have the wash. Places at the dump on there. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good.
Wash places,
Hmm.
wash places,
Good.
outer rooms. you mean?
Other-
And we had that cold patch deal we decided on last week.
So like it says, the purchase of the 2 smaller plow trucks. How's that going?
Still waiting for them to get here. So they're still en route.
So why is that even on the agenda if we've already decided?
I thought we decided that last week.
I don't know, I was.
No, it's still a wish list. There's still money coming out of it.
Yeah. So I mean, we decided to go ahead with it.
No, I mean, I'm not, yeah,
Yeah,
it's, I think it just be added in to the total amount we're gonna spend. Thank you.
yeah, I mean, it's fine, because that's what it is.
So you didn't go look at those yet,
Not yet.
you're waiting for,
Wait, they're not there yet,
oh,
so. Then we had the 2 sanders and a plow also was on there, and I gave you guys the paper and the cost for that. So, and I don't know whatever became of that. It was with that. Other stuff from that sander thing. From putting the one truck together.
Very good stuff.
So is that our compiled wish list
This is
thing?
all the stuff people
from
have
all-
handed me. There's. All the stuff they gave. These are all the emails and everything everyone sent me. And then I have like that, just random typed out list that kind of. Summed everything up for you guys. But I don't think I had his stuff on the typed list.
It'd be paid just with 2 sanders and a plow on.
how much was that?
Can't remember. About.
Explain to me 2 sanders and a plow. Is
wait,
that vehicles?
No,
Okay,
for our plow trucks that we're running now, we got 2 sanders that are just garbage. They're just wore out.
so that's the thing that goes in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
the plow goes in the front.
Plow was in the front. And we got one truck that needs a plow. And then we'll be set up pretty good. But
So would this be something that? Not necessarily on the wish list, but it's an equipment upgrade because of the fact that. The,
it can easy either way. Just be a budget item. Well, just whatever, I just wanted you guys aware, that, I mean, we really need that. And I wanna get them ordered because. So they're here by next fall. Otherwise, here we are again. If we don't order them soon. We just will not order them.
Yeah, that's true.
so. Makers, you want?
We're-
Couple employees,
Yeah, there's gonna be some people going, I'm not sure yet. Who, but
so how many are you sending?
2 or 3.
You're not going,
I'm planning on it unless for some reason I'm not here
So when is that?
next week. The last week of the month.
next week. So when do you have to be registered? Or do you register when you get registered?
When we get there.
Okay, so we already decided on the plow truck, so that's decision. Already made.
What about the 2 Sanders and the plow? Good to order them or? Gonna wait or?
So. What were the 2 trucks? 180,000 for 2 of them instead of the 180,000 for one?
No,
It's
but
205 for 2, wasn't it?
yeah,
205 for 2.
205 for 2, and that's all outfitted.
yeah. No,
No, not all outfitted,
like,
mostly outfitted.
yeah, they still need plows.
And so that's over and above the plows that you're requesting.
Yeah.
And so what's the plow run?
One 22,825,
122,
22.
22. So you need 4 of them.
Yeah,
So that's
And
nice.
Sanders, what are Sanders? Are you gonna need 4 of them too?
no, we need 1 Sander.
1 Sander.
That's not on here.
Yeah, I think, let me look at that one, I think Sanders about 20-some thousand on that. This might be a. Yeah, the Sanders are. 22,825. We need 2 of them,
Oh, right.
and the plows are
Well, that's what I gave you.
14.
Plows are 14.
Yeah.
14.
So we need 3 of them,
3 Sanders.
no, 3
3
plows.
Okay, so.
Jesus, yeah, 3 plows, getting me confused. Which doesn't take a lot.
How many?
So we need 3 plows and how many Sanders?
2.
2.
We need, for the stuff that we have now, we need 2 Sanders and 1 plow.
5.
So that in your hand, the price is what we need. For what we have.
What we have.
And 2 Sanders. Or 1 Sander,
2.
2. There's 1,691,000.
Huh?
Okay, so let me do this in zeros. 205.
Okay.
Plus.
Yes.
Yeah. So 291,000 is kind of what you're requesting. So 300,000. For the wish list for the road, and we've already approved the 205.
And we've also already approved. The millings and chip sealing. And I believe that was coming out of that as well, right?
Yeah, it was
And that was a couple hundred.
a couple hundred thousand.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 500,000. Going on a road for wish list.
You have your cold patching trailer too.
And then. Like whole fat.
Yeah.
You are expensive.
Yeah, but when that stuff fixed, the phone doesn't ring.
What was cold patch?
Those are
50,
50, yeah.
How much?
50.
50? And I thought it was what? Like 345.
Right. So it went down a hell of a lot.
So let's just say 600,000. Out of the 2 million. For road.
So we're gonna make a decision on the. There's something we haven't made a decision on.
Plows and Sanders.
Plows and Sanders.
So I don't know if we can do that, if that's on your wish list. Because we've already made a decision on the 205 and then. And the. Millings was 200. So 405. We've already
And the patch machines back.
determined. So I guess look at it with the wish list, look at the road is asking. For 600,000 out of the 2 million. So then. Depending, I don't know,
What about the dumps?
we don't know what those are gonna cost.
You know. What's going on as far as you know, with the sounds? And
We
they're,
haven't heard anything back yet.
They were gonna. Look at how much, they were, each town was dumping, like, the weight.
So Lynn is here and she says that they're weighed in all the time, correct?
Correct.
So
Okay.
they actually
Oh,
know,
okay,
Gail came and I gave her reports on both towns with last week when,
so it's a lot, right?
yes,
the thought was a new lease agreement for each of the towns, but. Look at potentially. Capping that if other people are dumping into their. Putting household waste into the town garbage can.
I think what our question was is should they be paying a dump fee? Because the tourism garbage alone probably. Especially through the tourist season, which would be. Spring through fall, that's a lot of garbage that's going to the dumps that they're not, that
Or
the
either.
county is picking up.
or Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the
Yeah.
taxpayers are picking it up.
Gotta be, I guess, a balance, cause they are getting, there's no rent being paid by the county to the town. But what that balance is, I guess that's the negotiated.
Okay, well, let's put it on the agenda for next week about the plow and the Sanders. Make a decision.
So on. The wish list thing. We're making a decision. Yeah, decision. But that's just for the county. Department head, okay, so. I guess if we're making a decision that we're gonna give him 600,000 out of that 2 million. To spend on, yeah, does it have to come in for, okay, we're gonna get the Sanders, we're gonna get the files.
I put that on the agenda, you can do the 2 smaller plow trucks today. and
Yeah.
Put the other items on for next week.
We already did the 2 small ones.
Oh, okay, Harry, all right.
Yeah, that was last week. Yeah, we did saying we're gonna get them for what, 3 weeks now? And we made the decision and.
Oh,
I don't know that you did you do a motion last week or? I was on Zoom.
I think we probably did a motion the week before and then we did another motion last week and we've been making a motion.
Well,
would have
I
to
think
pull
what
up the
happened
details.
was, it was just last week, you knew about the 2 trucks, wasn't it?
right.
Yes.
So doing the 2 instead of the 1, so I do a motion on the 2.
Last week, I thought it was the week before.
It could have been, she's like, we've been talking about it for all.
That's my recollection, maybe,
So I'll make a motion that we purchase the 2 smaller plow trucks.
They're in great condition.
If and there's good, if they're purchasable.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Oh, public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna move on to proposed solid waste fee increase. Discussion.
I would like to raise the rates of the pay-as-you-go program as it stands right now, the people that have property here but do not have a unit on their place because it's bare land or whatever, only pay 6 cents a pound with a $7.50 minimum. And the people that are out of district on the pay-as-you-go program pay 20 cents a pound. And it gets confusing for the workers out at the dump. So I would like to have it just 20 cents a pound straight across the board.
Well, I think if. You own property here, it shouldn't be 20 cents a pound. And if your land's bare and you're building on it or whatever, why can't you come in and get a dump number?
Because you have not paid for a unit of garbage on your taxes. They can purchase a unit of garbage at $135.
That's what they need to do,
That's what they need to do.
rather than raise on that, because it's, I mean, how they own ground here, you can't treat them like they don't. That's just my opinion, whatever you guys wanna do, but. They shouldn't have to pay like someone that doesn't own the ground in Grant County. You know,
And then also, as far as the overage fees, here is the latest list of the people that still owe us. I've gotten quite a bit back from the letters that Blaine sent out. Next step would be to send them certified letters to have a lien put on their taxes. And then I guess the last thing that I was going to suggest is that on the overage fees, a unit of garbage on your taxes is $135 for 2,000 pounds. If you go over that, we're charging $87 for a unit of garbage. I think that price should be brought up.
I agree with you that it should still be the same price as a regular unit. I don't think it should be.
Why should they get a cut rate?
cause we
For
got,
overages.
Right,
I mean, that doesn't make any sense, because we gotta pay, we're still paying to truck it and all that.
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So is that anything that has to be in public?
if it's, yeah, as long as it's gotta be a public hearing if it's that base fee on the taxes.
Right.
Need, I think it's on for discussion today, but you don't need a public hearing if it's the
just an
overage.
rate.
Yeah. One thing you might want to consider too, we talked about is, like, charging penalties and interest on it, put that in the policy. Something to consider.
So one thing, if they don't pay, then it goes on their taxes, and that's something that
We've never done it, but
I thought we already
We can.
decided that it should.
Yeah, it should.
Well, I think to get collected, because it is,
question though, if the people have sold their property, then who do you go after? You can't put it on the property
When-
owner, the
when-
present property owner.
it's there, if they sell their property, it follows, because it would be the same thing if someone had a title search done and they hadn't paid their taxes, those taxes have to be paid before they can sell the
But,
property.
But
But
there's
yeah.
no way to incorporate the two when somebody is doing a title search.
yeah, it wouldn't, you couldn't do that with overages, because we'd have to, they could bring, like a justice, we would go to justice court. Unless the people are long gone, but, if they're here, yeah, we could bring
Okay.
small claim to justice court action.
Question, for example, if they have overages and they haven't paid their overages and it gets on taxes, then they sell their property, it'd be on the taxes, right?
Yeah, they
So
would
they'd
still
have to
have to
pay
pay
it
that
before-
off.
Sorry, you're talking about the base. That base fee or?
Their overages, okay, their overages have never gone on to their taxes,
No, they have not.
so
But
they
if-
sit
but-
there,
Yeah, but if they have property here, we could put it on there.
the
They-
overages.
Yeah, if
After
they
a
don't
certain
no longer
procedure.
have real property here or taxable property in Granite County, they would have to bring an action and.
So do you have
Justice court.
property owners that no longer own the property that you have overages?
Example, Dave Sheets Senior, when his house blew up. He took all of that to the dump. And he owes like $386.
He doesn't have any,
No property in Granite County.
and he was on that, I wrote him a letter,
Yes,
I'll follow up on that one. Is he the only one in that situation, or is there others that don't have?
may I look at that again? Most, I would say that he is the only one that does not live in Granite County and have property anymore,
Okay,
as far as I know, and doing the research on the deeds.
I'll follow up with that one, if that's.
So here's a question. If there's any way that the solid waste would know that if they have overages on property and they know that they're gonna be selling it, how would you work that? Unless we need to put overages on the property tax every year, if they don't pay it every year.
Yeah, that's
That's
the remedy, you can't, don't
Right,
wait.
I mean, there's no way you find out whether or not they sold the property and they have the overages and then Granite County's out.
You could have a policy that you're not gonna accept it unless they have. Property here, but that's a tough one, because you got,
Well, this would be,
or pay as you go, if you don't have property
yeah,
here.
this would be something that maybe needs to be set up. That overages are now, if you don't pay within a certain amount of time, are gonna go on tax roll, no matter what. Because, hey, it's your garbage and you took it out there, right?
So should we put this on the agenda for next week, that we're gonna make a decision on putting these on the taxes? Putting the overages,
But.
that's right.
That can be done without, I think it's gonna, like, update the policy and update the overages, then, yeah, I'd get the policy.
Yeah.
On there, the
So
Granite County
updating,
solid waste district policy,
updating the policy would be putting in there. To overages if we're not paid within. What, a fiscal year
A
of
fiscal
being
year.
due. Will roll over onto their taxes the following year,
Well, these are way overdue. aren't they?
yeah, and they should
So
go
why
on
can't we
that,
just put it on the agenda for next week, that we're gonna put it on the taxes?
yeah, that should be done without, I mean, that's.
We need to do that, right?
Yeah, but I think you also wanna adjust your policy.
adjust policy.
Yeah.
So put both on the agenda.
So on your question, you were saying that I gotta understand this. People that, what? Don't.
People
They
that-
pay 20 cents and people. Pay 6 cents. What?
people that own property in Granite County. But do not have a home, so there is no garbage put on their taxes. Pay 6 cents a pound plus the $7.50 minimum. If you do not live in Granite County, you do not own property, then it's 20 cents a pound.
And you don't agree with that? You think it should be the 6
Well,
cents?
no, I just think. If you're gonna raise it, just say it's 20 cents or whatever, But if you own ground here, you should be able to come up and buy your dump number. You know,
And-
and pay your unit of garbage.
Okay, the
And-
6 cents averages out to what, 135 per unit, right? For 2,000 pounds.
Actually, it's close, but it's like $120 for 2,000 pounds, which is cheaper than what they pay on the taxes.
It's not though, because it's. You got the $7.50 minimum, they still wind up paying more and it's a bigger hassle. They just should have, if you own property here, you should have, come and get your number,
So
is my theory.
But I can put a number into the system unless they pay for a unit of garbage or they pay.
You don't pay, they just have to come up here, pay for the unit of garbage. and get your
Right,
number.
exactly,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly, yes.
Come up here, write a check for a unit of garbage, here's your number.
policy could be changed about that. This says the whole unit is 125. Is that,
It's 135, that's been one.
Yeah, that's old.
That's old.
Yeah, it should have been updated. So we'd want it to be at the regular unit of 135. For the unit of garbage, so where does the 750 come in?
It's just a minimum fee. It's a minimum fee.
So, okay,
The
If they don't-
750 just,
if they don't buy the whole unit of garbage, then they pay 750 plus 6 cents a pound or what?
On the pay-as-you-go program, yes.
I'd say if they don't have land in Granite County, they should have to pay
The
right
20
there.
cents.
Do they accept money out there?
Yes, it's the pay-as-you-go
Yeah.
program.
Yeah, they should have to, if they don't have, because that makes it hard to enforce.
Oh, yeah.
If they don't have land here,
Right,
that's my thought.
But it should all be the same price like you thought.
Yeah. I think
with
so.
the option to buy a
Buy a unit.
unit.
Now, at this time of the year, our fiscal year ends June 30th. It's still $135 for 2,000 pounds.
Well, then,
I don't break it up.
no,
It's just,
So,
that's
yeah,
what
I
it is.
think
So
it
if
should
you,
be
if you
figured
can't,
out
if you
to
can't
the-
use that 2,000 pounds by the time June 30th gets here, you lose it.
right, but we're not. Our issue's gonna start coming in June,
Yes,
when the weather breaks.
exactly.
It ain't, it's not today.
Okay, what your request is, you wanna come up to the 135 pounds
For the overages,
for the overages.
yes, instead of the
Which ends
87,
up to
which
be
is,
how much per pound? It's 6 cents now. I mean, that's what we're going at. If they don't want a whole unit, then they have to pay an equal amount for the pound for the unit,
yes,
and they're not. Whether it's the 750 or not, 750 is the privilege of dumping in our dumps,
Yeah, just a minimum, so if you walk in there
and they're not paying a unit.
with nothing but a little bag, and that's all it is.
I think it should be brought up to the 135 a unit. They can buy a unit. Or not. So
Or
if they
they
buy a
can-
unit, then maybe they get the $750 grace off of it.
well, then they're entered into the computer as having an account and there is no pay-as-you-go. If they buy a unit.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
only the people that do not own land or do own land, but do not pay a garbage fee. That are on the pay-as-you-go program.
so you're requesting how much? Added to the 6 cents. What is it?
14.
14 cents? Oh, good math person. So I would make a motion that we,
It's only up for
Okay.
discussion today.
Oh,
okay,
Yeah,
put on
so
the
next
agenda.
week.
Put on the agenda.
so it's 14 cents in increase,
It would be for the residents of Granite County.
right, and
Paul-
20 cents.
Paul doesn't agree with that.
No, as long as they got the option, I don't care, that's fine, leave it at 20 cents, but
No,
With
for
the
the
option
people
to
that
come and
live
buy.
in the county, you want it kept at 6 cents.
no.
Okay, here's.
Then we're confused.
20 cents if you
we're talking
don't,
about the same thing.
20 cents if you don't have property or live in the county of Denver.
That's what
Yes,
it is
You
now.
agree with that?
That's what.
that is what it is.
If you own property but don't have a unit, you can buy a unit or you pay 14 cents per pound. plus
20
$7.
cents. 20
The
cents,
same.
because they're paying 6 now, so he just said.
Oh, I thought we brought it up to 14 cents.
Raising it 14.
Raising it
make
Oh,
20
raising it
cents.
14 cents.
Right,
And then it'd just be the same 20,
same.
with the option of. If they own the land, they can come and buy their ticket for a unit.
A unit. So you're okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay,
as long as they got the option,
right.
you know. if
Oh,
they
yeah,
only-
the option's always out there. It's up to them whether they would like to pay a unit or go with the
Yeah,
pay
that's
as you
true.
go.
We're all thinking about the same thing here.
Yeah, yeah.
In a nutshell.
Hey, you gotta make this person.
I could, if you guys are agreeable to that, then I can have this policy ready to go for next
Yeah.
week. Alright.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
Go ahead,
Oh.
Mr. Chairman.
So, you know, that's, so this should be 135 right here. And then. This should be 20 cents per pound, is that what you're saying?
And I got a damn tender report, but it won't print for some reason. My computer won't print from Excel all of a sudden, but I did just get a damn report.
Well, you wanna pull it up and put it on the screen?
Yeah, here, I'll send it to you.
This is old.
Yeah, this is a pound right here.
135.
And do the comparable to.
I just sent
Last year
you,
too. Yeah.
I just sent you the damn report.
You have to pay for it.
135.
Oh, his report.
Yeah,
Same.
I can't print, I don't know, my computer wouldn't print Excel, it would print his email, but not the attachment.
Out of district, 20 cents a pound.
I'm gonna
in
have to
district without
figure
a
that
document
out.
With the option to buy it out. If they don't drive it.
Let me put that- Well, what is it again?
It'd be 20 cents a pound for in district too. With the option to buy it out.
To buy the whole
To
unit,
buy a unit.
buy whole unit
Yeah.
at a time. At a time. Right. So. So, if it's over so much. Hasn't been paid like in 6 months, and you put on the taxes, it goes to the every 1 year.
Well, they could, it'd have to be a year because
Yeah.
they'd have to want an extra.
Yeah,
Well, because they'd have a year to pay it.
alright, and then penalty is the same, the penalties and interest.
They
Same
want
as that.
fiscal year,
Once
when
it's
your
done.
overages at the end of June, if you have overages, if you don't pay them within the next fiscal year, they go on taxes. Is that
So-
okay?
Yeah, doing how we should word that, not paid within 1 fiscal year,
So we're giving them a fiscal year to pay their overages.
or
Or
she's giving them a
6
month,
months,
yeah.
but still, it's still roll over to the next year.
It could roll over to the next. Half year when they pay the second half. of the
If
tax.
there's overages at June 30th and they don't have them paid, I think they need to get on the tax roll.
I think the deadline for for Vicky to get on the tax is like August 10th, I would
Yeah.
say. I didn't check that, so if
Yeah.
they're, not paid by the next,
So-
end of the next,
Okay, so let's look at it this way, because there's overages right now. 6:30, if we still have those overages, they're gonna be rolled over onto your taxes. What's right
Yeah.
now, and then anything going forward. On the following fiscal year, it's gonna be rolled over on their taxes if they have overages. So,
yeah,
see what I mean? Because you can do it at the end of the fiscal year. And get it on there before taxes are certified.
just wondering how we should word this to say, you haven't paid it within so long, you're gonna get it on your taxes, if we should say, because if you came in there and dumped, say, May and didn't pay it, you wouldn't want to have it on your taxes that year, right? You want the next fiscal.
Well, they
year.
would have time between June 30th and August to pay those overages before they got rolled over on their taxes, if they dumped in May.
Yeah,
They need to be forewarned and understand that that could happen.
how would I say anyone, over 30 days to be put on their taxes.
Yeah.
Over 30 days late. I don't wanna get too,
No, that's pretty simple.
yeah,
I would do 30 days, I'd do 60 days,
60 days.
60 days.
3 months.
All right,
Give them 3 months.
Yeah,
I give them
months.
3 months.
60 days.
If overages are not paid within 3 months, But the overages, it will go onto your taxes.
Make the overages the same as a unit that's paying more, not $75.
Yeah.
Make it $135.
Yes. Yeah,
I mean, it only makes
why get a
sense.
break? Yeah,
Well, that doesn't make any sense to,
No.
because we're paying for it. so-
yeah, we're paying for their overages,
Right,
the ones that do pay.
right.
Okay, are we all settled on that now?
All right, we're settled on leaving.
Okay, we're gonna do Brandon Parrott's dam report. And,
Oh,
it's not on. We didn't get a report from him.
We have a report, I just can't print it.
Grant County
Um,
Commissioner's Office.
I can't-
Hey.
Hey, Scott.
I keep trying to call in and I guess it won't go through.
Huh,
I don't know why.
I don't know.
Phone system, but
Our whole phone system and internet went down on Friday.
So we're at 6428.38, down 13.44 inches. What is your pleasure?
what is your
how far
pleasure?
down?
What?
How far is it down?
13.44.
I think we would probably better leave it at 20, huh?
Yeah, okay. I
That's
would,
my,
I would say yes. Simply because. I know that you say we need to get the lake ground. More moisture into the ground, but that is the same as. The creek needing moisture on their banks. Going down to 20, and it's looking at it. From last year, we're still higher. Now, more water now than we had last year, and last year we were doing 6, so it's coming in okay.
Okay, what do you guys want? Got a motion?
I get. Is there motions for 20?
Is it going down or remaining?
No, it's
steady?
staying,
Steady,
it's
okay.
up, see, you see where it was, got really warm. Around the 18th and it was up.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make a motion, leave it at 20.
Okay, I'll second it.
Public comment?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye,
Aye.
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 It's like it's snowing up there right now.
No.
When you watch it towards like around noon, I've been watching it, just, and it. It's warmer and so it goes, it goes up, there's more water going in. Oh. So when you look at it. Right here, this was last year when we were just putting 6 out,
That's lake level. Or is that?
and it was like 6428.33, putting just 6 out. And we're putting 20 out, and it's 6429.39. So it's up higher than it was last year.
You're gonna need the freeboard.
Mhm.
Gonna need the freeboard of how much snow that's gonna be.
Yeah. And then when it gets warmer, is it just gonna really come gushing in there or what? Does it usually? Yeah. When it gets warm, does it come gushing in or does it just like,
Yeah, well, good point.
Well,
you never know.
we had those years, we had to let out 150, but the first order. Says 100,
150?
says 100. And they're upset that
Well, we got
the
caught on that.
billing.
We got caught on that, that was measured and. You know, cause we were bringing it up to go over the spillway, as soon as we did it, as soon as it hit that point, then we got like. In 2 weeks,
Yeah,
yeah, we had like 4 inches and 4 inches or something like that, and so then a little
Yeah.
later.
end of May, June, oh, that's slushy snow coming down. And it's a couple of years now. Be nicer for the deeper reservoir to capture.
Maybe if we mowed the seaweed. Once they
They did have,
drain it and mow it.
back in the
tried that
day, they
once.
had that mower, they trying, but, I think it just grew right fast. Yeah,
What happened when you cut it off was they started more
who had that machine with the,
Gamma. Same guy that has to do it at the time.
oh, okay. I remember there was in the newspaper, there was a picture in the newspaper, cutting weeds.
Like the weeds, I guess, when the seaweed.
People call it seaweed.
Just weeds.
Yeah.
We're both the same.
It's water and. Was it? Someone doesn't. Someone's out of dish, they don't have a card. Did they make, do they make them pay right now, right there? I didn't understand when. You don't have a dump card, you're coming in to dump, do they make you pay right there?
Yes, they,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, okay,
when I worked out there, we took money from people that didn't
all
have,
right,
you know, whatever.
so that should take care of,
Yeah.
hopefully, the. Issue of collection.
And it makes sense if they wanna come in and buy a unit, that's. Then they go into the system.
Yeah,
If they're not in the system, it's pay as you go. And
yeah,
and overages should not be lower than your unit
Yeah.
garbage.
but obviously they haven't always done this, because we've got people that. Well, I guess. If they, I guess she's talking about they had a card at the time and had overages, and then now they don't have one, right? Okay, that's.
Yeah. So they came in and the house blew up and they dumped the house and then sold the property and left going garbage.
Okay, now we're on, Granite County Courthouse custodian. Janine Bonnie with maintenance update, discussion, decision concerning any maintenance matters.
Right? I got Linda's office all back in order. That, planning board. They got her cabinets moved over, I had Scott come in and help me, because I can't move them by myself. Anyways, and we got everything all done up there, I just had to sand off her table thing that she wants to kind of, sitting in her varnish it. I got a hold of the guy that did the gutters on the jail, he's busy right now, so he wants me to get a hold of him at the end of the month. And get over here then and take a look at it, and give us some information. Got a hold of the concrete dudes to get the sidewalk figured out, they're supposed to get me a bid by next week. Judge's office is all ready to be painted, I went to go paint it on a Friday. Yeah, it was Friday, and but they don't, Charity's not there to mix paint, and the people that are helping her don't know how to do it. So she won't be back till today sometime. To get paint, to paint it. The judge wanted some bookshelves that were built in, removed. I couldn't get them out, so her husband came up over the weekend and he got her a book. And I don't know what the hell to do with them. They're sitting down there by the
So
toilet
removing
room.
those is gonna really cause a creation with plaster. You're gonna have to.
Well, I looked at it, it's just where the boards were, because it was painted before, it was up against the back was the wall. And, you know, just have this, you know, strips and whatnot, but they were actually built in wood, they're like built in there. So that's the only place we need to paint, and then there's one crack down that wall. That would be pretty simple to fix, I thought there might be more cans of worms behind there after we got it out, but there isn't. It's not in bad shape at all. So. I plan on getting paint, and I'll paint this Friday when they're not using that office. help people. And as far as that mop board stuff is supposed to go on, Kessler was gonna do, I can do, I bet I'm gonna do it after I paint, there's no sense in taking it off, just paint after, or put it up after I paint. And that's that, then deal. So that's pretty much all that's going on.
So what are we doing on the sidewalk here?
I got some concrete guys that came and looked at it, measured it out, and they're gonna put up like a 4-inch lift on it with a curb. And then we'll just paint that curb orange like we did before, like it was way back. And people know it's there and then you have to step up. So they're supposed to get that back to me next week. They said they couldn't get it to me this week, because I just met with them Thursday. I called.
So the gutter guys were
The other guys,
interested, or?
yeah, he's interested,
Good.
yeah, he wants to come and take a look at it and get some measurements and whatnot and all that.
He did a good job, I think, on the jail.
He did a real nice
Yeah.
job over there, and he got it done quick, it
Yeah.
was real fast.
And
But there's other gutter places, if we need, do we need to put it out for bid and get more? Do I need to call like Grizzly Gutter and different ones, or what do we wanna do?
if it's over 80, it needs, publicly bid, the, procurement policy says you'll get 3, but the commission can waive that, so you may wanna get one other one.
So
It was cheap, the cheapest one on the jail.
What-
80,000.
Required to do a public bid. And if it's
Yeah. Well, I don't know, this building as big as it is,
yeah,
I mean, I don't know what he did or what the cost was over there. But I'm sure it's gonna be a heck of a lot more over here,
yeah, it was,
because the downspouts are gonna be way longer and.
I recall it was, might have been 50, so,
Over there?
yeah, after, I'm just.
Gutters aren't cheap.
Yeah.
Better get bids on.
Alright, on the, I guess you got on the agenda today, so. Put it in the newspaper twice,
I think we'd have to.
maybe, he said he can't look at it till later in the month.
Yeah, he told me, give me a call at the last week of the month, because I'm busy. He was on the road, so he really couldn't get any information from me. But I did get his email and whatnot, so I'll email him.
Maybe you
No,
should,
man.
maybe you should put it, out in like the first of April. So you can come look at it, you're not,
So he would come and definitely give us a bid. So put it out there, anybody else coming to give us a bid. And
yeah,
if they don't show up, then his bid is good.
but you just may wanna wait till first of April to put it out in the newspaper to give them time to look at it, that's.
So he's gonna come,
The end of the month. I got a
End of
call
this
this month, and yes,
Oh,
the end of
so-
this month.
okay, so, yeah, I guess it
mean-
could be, we're already
We were
here.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I was gonna give him a call next week, like on the 28th. And then he said because today's the 21st. And he said he was busy until the 20, till the end of the month. So to remind him of it.
Couldn't get it in the paper till March 23rd and the 30th. And then you could have it for the 4th or the 11th for opening, that work?
Sounds good to me.
yeah, get it in the paper and he's gonna come give us a bid anyway. And then get his bid and give the time frame for anybody else coming to give the bid.
Just let them know I'll have to do a bid, 10% bid bond
10% bid bond.
and in his bid, he should put a performance bond as part of this, include that cost into the bid. Or generally they do, but performance bond would be required.
10% bid bond and performance bond.
But yeah, performance bond will be, if he's awarded it, but he just needs to put that, if he. Put that in as that cost to him in the bid, then
What's this company? Grizzly? No,
No,
Tim Francis Construction.
yeah,
Bozeman.
I broke it. Yeah, he was real fast over there.
So we need a motion to put it in the paper.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion, we put a bid,
A bid request.
bid cross, what is it?
Bid notice.
Yeah,
Bid notice in the paper for gutters for the courthouse.
I'll second it. Any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
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 That'll be that. Have a good day.
Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you, Janine.
You bet.
When putting those on the taxis, you couldn't put them on till this coming August anyway,
Yeah.
right? Or can you put
Yeah.
them on right now?
Yeah, and we've gotta be by, I think, August 10th. I have to double check that date, but might as well get.
Yeah, get it going, where they're going on.
I have a move date too for the JP office and the health network. They have decided they will move on May 9th. They have coordinated amongst themselves. And they have, there's a long table downstairs that has kind of a not great leg on it. That is excess, so I'm not sure what you guys want to do with that. And there's going to be one extra desk at this point.
Is the one that have the leg, is that like an antique one or? just
It's
a-
like one of these.
Yeah, we don't wanna get rid of
Yeah,
those.
But it has like a weird, it was down there when I was down there and it was pushed again. It has kind of a wonky leg. And so it's pushed in the corner now.
yeah, someone looked at.
So we need a
fix that.
carpenter to come fix it.
Yeah. But I don't know where you guys would like to put it.
We can find a hidey hole for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to throw it away.
Mm-mm.
Get rid of it.
Is it as long as this one?
I think so.
Is it in better shape,
I
except
don't,
for the leg?
that's a good question. I don't know. I have to look.
They need,
Have you been picking it out?
they need another one like election office or do they pull
I haven't been, I'll have to ask.
up? Big rails. The courtroom already has,
Yeah, plenty, yeah.
um. Another space,
Always use a table.
yeah.
What have we expended so far from our community?
I think just the car. Which was like 38, 35, right? For the new employee car.
38,
Traverse,
Yeah, I think it was right around there. And then
let's just round it to 40.
okay, and then there's the cold patching machine, which was 50. I think it
Have
was
we
like
already
39.
paid for that?
No, I don't think we've been invoiced yet for it.
Okay.
And I wanna
So
say.
that's included in the 600,000. Yeah. The road wants. So. Just wait till it's. We'll wait till it's on the agenda. Maybe a set amount instead of giving 10 here and 15 here.
Yeah, and I think the only one that has it written out with prices is the comforter's office. The rest are just kind of random. Yeah. Everything else is just kind of wasted. Yeah.
The county agent wants a new truck,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
but I think, can you try to get at least 10 years out of a truck? It's a 2015.
Yeah, how many miles these things on
Like 100 and I'd have to pull the minutes. I want to say it was like 135,000. Is that what he said? Let me look.
it?
Which, what are you talking about?
The county extension, he wants a new truck.
What's his now? How old is it?
2015.
137 or something.
I think his issue is that you start having problems with them out of warranty, but yeah, I hear you too. There's a
Yeah,
balance there. If it's a Ford, it's wore out.
well, I keep saying this, but my Volvo is a 2012 and it's got 161,000 miles on it. It's
Yeah.
still,
Yeah,
Yeah, he said 135,000 miles on it and he would get about $15,000 for a trade-in.
so is he just asking for the trade-in or the whole new truck?
I think he would want the difference.
yeah, the difference.
Well, it's just not fair to give him more than anybody else. I know we kind of have to do the road, but I think the same amount needs to kind of be shown in the rest of the departments. And I think one of those would be the 300,000 to put in for benefits, just to have sitting there.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. So we're pushing $1 million spent then.
Let's see, yeah,
That
what I
was
say.
fast, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing
Yeah.
is. Can't have two savings accounts. And this is, we're gonna spend
That's
it,
true.
I would, on very well needed, but we're still putting money aside for it with it.
No, I agree.
And like. My philosophy on the PILT is, it's not a rainy day fund, it needs to be used to supplement. When we don't
As
have
needed.
enough. Anticipated revenue coming in, it's just, that's what it's there for.
Mhm.
And so I
That kind of
speak,
might not be there someday.
well, I know,
You know what?
yeah.
Oh,
And
it's like-
that's the threat every year, it might not be there, it might. be there. It's like the SRS funds and
So confused about all the same here because the overcharge industry is 135 per ton.
for
And
2,000 pounds, yeah.
Yeah, but then out of district was 20 cents per pound, and he said 20%, 20 cents per pound in district with the option to buy the whole unit lot with the dump card.
Out of
But-
district, what does he mean, what's out of district mean?
You don't have a
Because they're all in the district,
you're not in the district and you're paying.
who's not in the district?
You have people coming from like Missoula and dumping.
Oh, okay, so if you're,
Yeah, but I'm not sure why you were saying $20, 20 cents per pound in district, because it's already established by this.
so this is if they wanna buy a unit. And they don't have a unit. And out of district dumping, if we have people, why would we let people dump from Missoula?
Because they're charging them. You know, I think they're charging a lot, but yeah, I guess you guys could say no to that too. But you do, I think you do have like contractors and stuff that are doing work here.
So out of district would mean they don't own property in Granite County, right?
Yeah.
Cause the whole county is in the district, no one has opted out. They've never opted anybody out.
Yeah, there's been some that have been. Cause it's resolution 2021, that board says. Who's all, pictures, who's all your Granite County except for the area was previously removed, so they have.
Which ones were previously removed?
You have to ask. They can-
Yeah,
I don't know if it's, more
Lower
Rockford, yeah, like Lower Rockford. But, yeah, Vicky would know. She here?
no, it's on vacation.
No, she's back.
Oh, she's back.
Yep, I saw her this morning.
Vicky, no.
Well, we gotta move on.
Okay,
Now, we're letter requesting speed study on behalf of town of Phillipsburg.
do we have that letter?
Yes, it should be in your packet. There is one the town typed and sent over, or not typed, they put
Is this
together
the
and
original
sent
one?
over. Yeah, you guys all have. Either way, yeah. Whichever one you decide to sign.
So we've already discussed this and we decided that we're gonna go ahead and do this,
Yeah, I think we'll make a motion to
make a motion.
sign it.
I make a motion that the letter requesting speed study be signed by the commission on behalf of the town of Phillipsburg.
My second. Public comment.
There's, oh, you got the original. We both got original.
Yeah, whoever wants it, I put it up in here. My prints are only, I don't know how to black and white. Not my friend's favorite, so I won't print, so,
I like that letter out of the courthouse and back.
yeah. I know.
So and then, okay, I'm figuring this out, then. The millions in that came to what, how much? 200? And we've already done that one, already said yes to that.
Yeah.
And we said yes to the 205. So that leaves, if we give them the 600,000, 195,000 left for the other stuff, if you allow it, because we've already given them 405,000. So it comes, what he's requesting for comes to 600,000. And you're agreed to the 300,000 to put aside for wage benefits. Mainly COLA. Because we've got the medical. Bing, 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 bing.
Health benefits,
Yeah, the health benefits are already, any overage on that, we already have it on, it's. I'm losing my word,
you increased the cap. Is that what you're saying? No,
no. It's taxed, the overages.
permissive levy,
We have a levy on it,
permissive levy.
you can get so much, there's a formula that you use,
Oh, okay.
and it's called medical health. Something, I'll get it. I will bring back my memory.
whether we want to put, if we have that quick response team. Some new rigs on that, or you said there's another way we could pay for those, maybe.
Yeah, I think
Title
Delete.
III?
we'll leave some aside. Just for. So I'm thinking if we gave. Each office 20. And say, hey, this is fair. And then like the 300,000. For which would be up there saving and naturally drawing some interest.
Mhm.
Trying to figure it out, so it'd be how many offices? Would be. And that's including extension, I keep wanting to call them county agent, because that's what we always call them, county agent. Now it's extension services,
So how many is that?
so we have,
So you'd have JP. An extension downstairs, and then on this floor you'd have,
and the janitor, so we
oh, and the
have,
janitor. And then on this floor you'd have treasurer, clerk and recorder. And then
us, in
commission,
case we want 20.
Open these up.
yeah, open them up, eat them.
Go ahead.
And then
Roll
on
that over.
the top floor, you'd have Blaine. Linda. District Court. And then Sheriff's Office. Okay. Is that right?
So the sheriff's office, I think we'll just do the 20, we wouldn't do I think the sheriff's office is more of a public safety thing and might need to
Something different?
give them.
You all, you all want?
Sure, I'll have a cupcake.
Birthday.
Whatever you want.
I don't even care.
So 74,
Sugar is sugar, Blaine.
Whoops.
That's all right.
I love that.
Very little.
That's
Thank
not
you.
bad.
All one blind?
Sure. I'm gonna be
Chocolate vanilla.
73 in May.
Sophomore.
I didn't know how old I was when I got asked recently. I figured it out.
2,
Whoa.
I'm gonna be 39 this year.
you haven't seen my scale, being on the scale.
Truly?
Mhm, yeah, I'll be 39 in August.
I think Jack Benny was he always 39 or?
It was there.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on, resolution for reestablishing the existing 3 Granite County Commissioner districts. Second reading.
I move that. We. Keep the county commissioner districts. As is, that, and approve the resolution.
Yep.
Adopt the resolution. Looking at the, population, they're actually almost perfect.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that-
So you should, yeah, make a finding that they're equitable as far as. Population and as equitable as possible as far as area.
Okay, what you said.
Okay.
Well, I'll second. Any public comment? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Do we have to do that every year?
So after every census, so every 10 years, supposed to look at it. Okay. Which will be. Yeah, well, it didn't get really the. Yeah,
the report.
I think the census, I don't know how, when the numbers came out from them, but, yeah.
Cause they did
Oh,
it in 2020, right?
Yeah, I don't think the final numbers came out here till more recently.
You see,
Thing that Len was saying was that she thought that, someone in the county and they're, my understanding, and they pay to go, but they don't have a dump card, it's 6 cents a pound. Well, that's pretty much the same as the 135 per ton, so. I guess I don't understand why they should be paying more than that. Equaling out, it's basically a prorated
so
per
did,
pound,
yeah,
but
well, that's what I thought,
yeah,
but. I think. Because this, how long has the 6 cents a pound been going on? Since we are,
since you resolution 2021, I think.
what
Was
was it before then?
that raised it, it was 125 per ton before that.
Okay, so they charged extra. From the get-go then, well, what she's saying is they've been charging 6 cents
Since then, I think,
Since-
yeah.
the get-go, since the 110.
Oh,
Remember? Yeah, and she said they haven't raised it in years,
Okay,
so they're making a profit, they were making a profit at one point.
yeah,
Pay as you go, which should cost you more. When you stop and think about it,
well, that's what she's saying, she thinks it should be more than 6 cents a pound. So I guess that's something you guys gotta think
so
about.
if they wanna pay as you go, they can pay 20 cents a pound. If they want a unit and save some money, they can buy a unit for 135.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah,
Because at 6 cents a pound, she said this has been going on for 20 years and I believe her. Because they were getting extra pay as you go
okay,
when the rate was 110, they were getting 6 cents. They want to save some money, buy a unit,
yeah.
and then they have the 2,000 pounds. If they want to pay as you go, then they'll pay 20 cents a pound.
Okay,
Because they probably wouldn't want a unit because it might be to a point where they're only gonna throw 10 pounds in.
yeah. Well, you got the minimum 750, but yeah,
Yeah,
you're right, you should. Not encourage them just to pay the.
yeah.
Pay the 135.
And then what she's saying is that we charged 6 cents for years and years and years. And then when you figure it out, because our rates have gone up to 135, it averages 6 cents now. But it should be paid, they shouldn't pay an extra,
Yeah,
so.
Don't do that.
all right, I will draft this
Okay.
according to what you.
And that's just like, she didn't explain the fact that Now the 6 cents ends up 135.
Yeah.
When they were paying 110, it was 6 cents.
That's why she thinks it should go up and they're getting,
Yeah.
it's getting that.
They should pay extra or buy a unit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what she meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good to know.
I mean, we're looking at. It's so expensive. And that's why I think. Okay, we'll pay them. $10 a year rent or. I think the city should pay. For garbage. I really do. I don't care if it's, they got it for nothing from,
Yeah, other than they can come back and say, well, then we'll start charging you some rent. So that's why I was thinking. Capping, it. I mean, not letting it be so much free per.
for,
You go off this.
get their 2,000 pounds and they pay,
Yeah,
but it'd be more units for them. There'd have to be. Have to
Yeah.
figure,
I'd say the rent on those two pieces of property would be pretty, I mean, they could. In the, here's acres with the. Guess you could look kind of estimate what the fair market value of that lease would be.
but it's a dump site,
Yeah,
it's garbage buried. Truly, that whole area. It's fertilizing garbage and maybe a couple refrigerators too. It's buried on those little mountains.
but. I don't know what the fair market value of those leases would be and then say that's how much garbage you get. That's the fairest way to kind of.
In all fairness, especially with Phillipsburg. Their biggest dump is tourism dumping in those dumpsters on the street. Isn't local people.
Yeah,
It's true.
Did you happen to try calling Elena?
Do
No,
what?
Okay,
what is she asking to call her?
What
no,
was
she
next?
must be on the phone. I think the courthouse phone's been really wonky lately.
Sarah was on it Friday afternoon, it shocked her, and then.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it shocked her, she said sometimes her phone will shock her, that's odd, but that mine doesn't, but then it went off and like treasurer's office had one phone, mine worked, but.
I didn't have
thought Ed's
anything.
You didn't have anything?
I didn't have
So
any
it was
phone or
like-
internet.
Took out half of internet and the phone.
That could be something too, either get 20,000 per office or a new phone system.
And then they're at.
Sometimes
Usually
mine
one
though,
of the
people
Blackwood
can't hear
employees
me.
Oh, yeah. So they were slow getting here.
Well, we're gonna move on to. Great West Engineering LOT response to probable background flood report. Response to EAP's status update report, discussion and decision.
And the EAP thing, we ended up not including in that.
What's that?
The EAP status report wasn't included in that. Jeremiah and I were on the phone and he was gonna include something in there, but he didn't, and we just uploaded the time sensitive analysis in response to that letter that was received today. So this is just for the probable flood maximum that Dow corrected for miscalculations.
Okay. So we need a motion to send a letter.
Do
To first,
a response letter to the EPA status update report.
To the first one, the PMF report, a response to the PMF. To sign the LOT and upload it.
So Great West Engineering is responding. There's their.
So it's just the letter of transmittal. So we got our letter from FERC, I want to say in January, about the PMF. Because some of the calculations were not correct. Those were miscalculations done by Dow. So Dow went back in and they redid the calculations. So that's the report. So we just need to send that into FERC. So this is just the letter of transmittal that goes with that, so we can e-file it.
Okay. I make a motion, we. Do that.
Okay. Sign that.
So we sent a letter.
Yeah, it's in the letter.
It's in the letter. So we refiled the updated PMF study report, and now we just need a cover letter for it, and that's what we're making a motion to
Yep.
approve, okay.
Mhm.
That
You
explains it,
made a motion.
I did,
I'll second. Any public comment?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor?
I,
Aye.
so if Chuck's gonna sign it, do you have to change the name on it, or? Is that okay?
I think if you sign it and then I'll
Do I
just,
sign it there or there?
right here. And then I'll make a notation on it.
So good luck getting 15K trade-in. Not gonna get that much.
On the,
2015.
Nice.
used trucks now are sky high, but yeah, I don't know about the 100 and coming,
35.
7.
like a blue book. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a. The Chevy or?
2015 Dodge Ram.
All right.
So. MSU doesn't help out with new vehicles or anything.
I think that, yeah. it's gonna be-
It's just up to the.
Wait, how many departments do we have?
What we figure, 6, but we've got to
I thought we-
include
I'm gonna write them down.
public health. So
I-
public
Oh, I
health
forgot about them.
would be DES, so that'd be 20. And extension office 20. Treasurer's office 20. Solid waste secretary. So. I don't know if this would this include solid waste, giving them extra money? Is there a fee structure?
Be your, yeah, commission's decision. But.
I mean, are we gonna give, like, we're
That's
giving,
included under Paul's. That's included under Paul's.
solid waste stuff, okay, So that'd be under the 600, but she wants a laminate machine, so she would just. Put it in her budget. For one out of. I mean, that's what? $100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scratch that. Quick recorder 20. Which is included in with the elections. I think,
Yeah, the difference, I think, your distinction you're making with solid waste is it's either tax or fee structured versus is everything else is
Yeah.
what you guys
Yeah.
fund generally. And I guess in the past you subsidized it
Yeah.
some, but
yeah, we don't wanna have to raise it again, that's 135 is a lot. We just wanna, if they're not gonna. The pay as you go, they don't wanna buy a unit, then they pay as you go.
yeah.
They'd save money, but they probably. Wouldn't really, because they don't have 2,000 pounds to,
Yeah, what she said, it depends on when they're. You know, if they're doing it in, wanting to do it in May, it's probably gonna be.
oh, that's outrageous.
That's what I have for the
Um,
department. I don't know if I missed it, I don't know,
But-
I don't think I did.
It's
But-
still, yeah. Well,
Well, I think that's fair. If they don't wanna pay as you go, then why do they get it?
Right, yeah, just save money, yeah, if not, then they
If
can
they
pay,
just have a little bit, they
yeah,
put more burden on us, we're gonna figure everything out.
because it has to be figured out,
Yeah, so
they have to collect it,
Yeah.
and,
they
Yeah.
can pay a little bit more.
so are you agreeable to just putting. Working on just throwing each department head 20,000? And then work on your, I think your expert witness fund wouldn't be a wish list, it
yeah,
would be part of the budget process.
well, I guess I. It's a wish in the sense that, I can see where, you know, if you didn't have the funds, you wouldn't wanna do 20,000, but. Yeah, if everyone was given 20,000, then decide where it goes. Would that roll over if you don't use it, or you want to?
I would think. Yeah, I would think so, I would
Yeah.
think budgets don't roll over, but it can still be budgeted what you
You
have. for
could
next
just
year.
agree
You
to
can,
give it. to them
yes,
if they
you
didn't.
can keep track of it and then budget the remaining for the following year,
I like that.
yeah. And with your. Expert witness fund. If there's a way,
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
trying to think what you had in there this year was 5 or 10.
with yours, I understand that if you don't spend it, then put it back in, add to it, is that what you wanna do?
That's thoughtless, yeah.
And, but would have to, I would think it would have to be capped,
Yeah, yeah.
if you don't spend it in 3 years and,
Or, well, you just don't ever go over. Yeah, the thought is not to build it over
Right.
20, but
Yeah.
to hopefully try to keep it at that for now.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
case and then.
so you'd wanna use your 20 for that?
Different.
Well, you can.
Yeah. So you guys would just put it as a miscellaneous then on each budget, or how would you do that? Or have people ask for it?
You could, yeah, I think it would be treated, you would, I don't know if there's an object number miscellaneous. There would be, I'd have to look at the book to find out what the object number would be, and it would give everybody the same object number, and if they didn't spend it, it would
Could look
follow
at it.
through.
Yeah, you could look at it.
see, like, an object number 100 is like salaries. And 200 is supplies, so we give it an object number, a wish list number. That everyone would get 20,000, they could spend it. at their leisure or. But they wanna spend it now, they don't wanna wait. And they spend it now,
We'd have to do, yeah, and you guys could authorize it, because then you have the, the. The vehicle, I think we need to do the, public hearing and amend the budget. And but that's easy,
which we can do that,
so.
we can
potentially,
do unanticipated income at toward the end of the year.
Yeah. I think they're, the, the state folks that review your audit wanted that done more quickly than the yearly, but.
Yeah,
Okay, we're officially on the Granite County Department head wish list. That's what we're talking about.
right, okay.
Yeah,
Sheriff's
this is
office,
spend the $2 million, well, not spend it, we don't want
no,
to. Allocate the portion of the $2 million that came, I can't remember what came.
LATCF is part of ARPA, wasn't it, Tony?
no, it was, they actually, when they looked at it, they said that it was. Looking at what we've received in the last so many years. That should have been come across from PILT. And so they
They
just
use the
laid
same
it,
formula.
yeah, so it has nothing to do with anything else, just they laid it on us because of the fact that.
Felt should have been more.
One of those little pork bellies. No. But that's what that was. What about the
Well,
sheriff's
okay, we're
office?
building up our equipment, so we
Yes,
aren't gonna have to spend it in the years to come,
yes,
so
yes,
that's
yeah.
what I'm going through.
What about the sheriff,
He was wanting like a public
public safety
safety
thing?
fund.
But this is a one-time deal. This isn't anything like with putting the 300,000 into. A COLA package to defray the costs in years to come with the inflationary costs. But putting something in there. What does he want? I didn't quite understand.
I think what he was thinking of is, it comes up where you. Need a new vehicle and doesn't have the,
And see, we always agreed, and like he agreed too, if you can get it with grant money, that's, do it. This isn't,
Yeah.
you know, if you have to apply for grant money to get things like this.
the thought I had is why not then buy a new vehicle right now and have, but I guess if it's just.
Well, see, and he has it in his budget, doesn't he, to get a vehicle,
Mhm.
and he hasn't, yeah.
So, just continue to stagger the rotation and replacing, you know.
So let's giving him 20,000 for his. Radio. Oh, 50K, he wants 50K. Would it be fair giving him 50K and, yeah, I think it would. Be. He's asking for 50,
His budget is considerably more than everyone
Yeah.
else's.
you think? Okay. No.
What would you do for extension? That's the.
We'll give him the 20,000 one.
Yeah,
We'll get 15K out of that.
kind of.
So what their philosophy is in a trade-in is they give you what they sell it for at auction. So they guesstimate what the auction would pay for that truck.
How many miles are on it?
137.
Yeah.
37. I'll look right now.
Okay, so
Well, we're gonna give them 20,000 anyway. aren't we?
yeah, Yeah,
Well,
we
he's
could
got
give
what he
him
wants.
20,000,
You can buy a truck or.
make payments on it, but we're not gonna give him, pay it off in cash. We have to budget for it.
So how much will that would spend?
140. For. Department heads. So. Okay, so 140 for county building. We're looking at, are we saying 600? And they've already expended the road. And. Sheriff's office,
You know what?
how much you wanna give sheriff's office? They're asking 50, they're bigger,
Well, did
they're
they
like,
a- did
they're
they
like
ask-
one unit.
did They asked 50, or they said. They've already ordered it. For 50.
Did we give them 50? Did we say they could have 50?
I think he's already. Purchased that radio. I think he found a grant to cover it, but I could be mistaken.
I think he was, well, you told him to put it. Like what he wanted in his budget request, I
Yeah.
think, so I don't fully see.
Okay, so let's look at this.
So if they already ordered it for 50, then they must have funding for it, right?
I don't know if they've ordered it. Have they ordered it? Did you say?
I
Sheriff's
thought,
office has ordered a new base radio. For dispatch to the sum of approximately 50,000.
Yeah, I think he said he had grant funding.
Oh, yeah, I found grant money for that.
Mhm.
So I'd say just. Go ahead,
Give them just 20.
and everybody else. Well, some of that was
I
still
think-
in the bank, they can still come to us, can't they? Later if the something comes up.
You have to keep it, reserve it back, you can tell him that's what you're doing, because that's what he was wanting anyway.
Yeah.
Is for it to be
And
in
we
reserve.
couldn't earmark it just for public safety. We'll reserve it back and
Yeah, then they come. to us.
they come in and request it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see where we're at. So. So the road was left over, they have 195,000 left over from their request. And that is after. The 205 for the 2 trucks and the 200,000 they put on. And then,
Well, we're just figuring 600,000.
yeah, we did 600,000. Because then they wanted. He wanted the Sanders and the,
So we got 600,000 for the road.
yeah, 600,000 to the road. And we've already expended. And they have 195,000 left. We've already expended we're going to expend the 205
Right,
and then the
So
200.
we're gonna do that, so I just wanted.
Okay, 600,000 for the road. And then you're looking at 20, 40, 60, 80. $140,000 for department heads. It'd be 160,000 if we're only gonna give 20 to the sheriff's office. 160,000.
160.
So should we give them more, do you think, or 20, is that fair?
The sheriff,
Yeah,
I think if you're saying that, you're holding back the reserve and he can come,
Yeah.
I think he'll be happy with that,
there's 20,000 that he can spend at will.
yeah. And come back, if public safety, you need a new vehicle or whatever, it's.
Okay.
you guys
So
have
for
to-
the 600, that doesn't include,
The 600 includes.
well, we're paying gravel pit and all that too.
No, you paid that out of Pelts.
Still, okay. So then. And that covers the East Fork Road, the milling.
Yes, the 200,000, right?
Oh. Yeah. Oh,
What else we need?
Okay.
So then we've got 160,000 for department heads. And then the 300,000 for the COLA.
Million six.
So what, we have $1 million left? Yeah.
Did you have the car in?
Hmm?
Did you have the car in?
What?
The car?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we gotta get the car in. So what have we expended so far? Just the car?
Mhm.
Did we pay for the millings yet?
No.
Okay. So 2. Minus 600, we'll just do 600.
It was 2 million, what? It was a little over 2 million.
Minus. What was that?
It was a little over 2 million.
Was it?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll just leave it sitting there. Hide it. I didn't mean that. Okay, 600 and then 160,000. $940,000. Is that what you're coming up with?
The car, you could put the car in.
Or did minus 39,
Back over.
901,000.
And we received $2,006,400.
How much?
$2,006,400.
Plus 4. So we have 907 that we can put in reserve. Sitting there. In that fund.
We're making interest on it. We're making interest on it.
Yeah, we'll make sure that that fund should be making interest right now. If she's, it should be. Better be $2 million.
Mhm.
That's the last page.
You just knocked down
Not
a
there.
building.
But. By it should be making interest, it should be all in STIP, and so that fund should be getting interest. If you look, I can go in there and look. I know it's fund is.
Cool. What's the way?
So. Discussion and decision.
Any public comment on what we're doing?
Oh, Elena.
Elena?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I've been busy going in and out this morning. Are you doing the wish list?
Yeah.
Is that what you're discussing? Yes. It's not online, is it?
No,
And-
it's. Sorry, it's a whole bunch of random emails. I typed up kind of a generic list, but I didn't post it online. I can if you guys want me to, though.
Well, it's hard to follow. so it would be interesting to have it online. The
Okay,
list,
so, Elena, if I may interrupt you for a second. They did have a wish list, but we're not going by that wish list. What we've decided is to give each department a set amount that they can spend as their wish list. So
oh,
we don't have an itemized thing saying they want this and that and this and that and this and that. We decided to be more fair and to give these people or these departments a set amount.
so, and then you're gonna contact them and. Because usually the way I've seen it done is they usually have the head of the department while they're kind of discussing it with them. But, and I have seen, you know, a wish list and then discussion about it before, but that's okay. Thank you for explaining it to me. Thank you.
And Elena, they were in the office a few weeks past and they discussed what they would like. And this was just determined by us to decide what we're going to give each department. To be fair and upfront, not to give one department $10 and the other department 50. Just as an example. So how do we figure this, make the motion? Do we make a motion or? Do we have to set something? An amount? We have decided to,
Oh yeah, maybe an emotion and then do I have to do some?
so in the motion. It would be,
To give the road department 600,000, department heads each 20,000 for a total of 160,000. COLA for the future, cost of living, 300,000. Cars. It's all 40,000.
okay, so if we were gonna do this. By fund, it would be. We're going to give the general fund. Actually. 460,000. County health. Or DES, public health. We're gonna give 20,000. The road would be 600,000. County extension. Would be 20,000. These are different funds. And reserve. I think that. We need to maybe do the math to make sure that it's 907,400. Left over to put in. Reserve. As needed.
Is that a motion? Was that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second. Any public comment on that motion?
Elena,
Elena?
Thank you. So now you have a motion. Are you gonna have it written up and then put it on the agenda again? And since you've discussed amounts and everything, so people can see what you're designating to these different departments.
Well, I'm sure we'll put it online and,
Okay, so I just designated it, Elena.
yeah, so.
So it's gonna be a written resolution is what I'm saying. I mean, it's gotta be in writing. If it's a
I
motion,
don't think there has to be a resolution.
that's what I'm asking. I mean, you made a decision on amounts for different departments. It's just gonna be in the minutes, or are you gonna actually do a resolution?
I think we gotta talk to planning.
Yeah,
We'll do a resolution if we have.
if we have to, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So right now skating. The amounts are going to various funds. And so like in the general fund, all the departments heads are encompassed in that. And then like the road fund. And county health fund. County extension office. Have been set amounts. And I don't know if there has to be a budget amendment or not. That's a question we'll ask Wayne. Because if they want to spend it now, there has to be a budget amendment. Because we're increasing. Revenue into their. Budgets and it's unanticipated, so. If they want to spend it now or can be put in. Next year's budget.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Well, we're in pretty good shape, you know. With Tilt and that. We got a lot of that stuff bought.
And yeah. And, what I say, 360. Did you get county planning in there?
I wrote them down. And
Oh,
then they're
district court.
added into,
We didn't get
Yeah.
this clear, did we?
they are, I think, they were on my list. Right here.
Oh, yeah, but I was going on this one. Oh, okay, so. We might have to amend that. District court will be 20,000 too.
Okay.
Planning 20, here we'll do it this way. Custodian maintenance, that is in. The general fund. And we didn't put 20 in the commission, we don't need it.
Perfect.
We got all money.
We're-
That's right.
We won't take any.
Okay.
So they would use this, I guess. At their discretion. $24.60 $60.80.
We can't do one of these now, or one of these this afternoon, or
No, because both those people are calling in. For HDR, they're gonna join on Zoom and Jeremiah's gonna call in. For the Powell County, I tried to get them to come in earlier, or if they're gonna be on Zoom, I don't know if it's all of their commission or just one of them. But they weren't available until 2.
so I guess we're gonna be in recess until 1. We can go off.
Yep, get a long lunch today.
So when, one?
We're back on, Blanche is gonna amend her motion
Two,
for the last. For the wish list.
6,400. Is that, it's 2,6400?
It is. 2,006,400.
6,400.
Yeah.
So. So. The road would be 600,000. The general fund. Is 420,000. Then if you wanted like then. Extension. It's 20, district court. Is 20. Planning. Is 20. And public health. Is 20. So the 600,000. That's 24 to 60, so it's 1,100,000. That for the wish list. Which leaves, and we've spent. We spent 38,000. Which leaves 862,000. Put in reserve. We do that, make sure we do it right. And I just did 6,400, I didn't. Put on the pennies. Minus. $868,400. We're adding that 6,000 back into reserve. So I guess this is a decision, the motion made that this is how we want to spend it, but whether or not we have to do a resolution or amend the budget. We'll need to discuss with the county attorney.
So do we need to vote on that again, or? Do we need to vote on that, your amendment?
No, that comes in, that's a resolution. say resolution to amend the budget. And then, yeah, I'm not sure. No, we don't have to vote on it. We have to amend the budget due to unanticipated income. That makes sense. Does that add up and?
I think
subtract
so.
out?
You're better at math than I am, so I'm not gonna question your math.
Well, you don't want to forget anybody.
Yeah.
And I think with that sitting in there in reserve, that'll be for anyone to come and request, and if it's a special needs type thing,
Just like Bill.
yeah. Okay.
Right.
That's my motion. We seconded and carried, right? Amended.
Well, let's do it again. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any public comment?
Yeah.
Seeing none. All in favor, say
Aye.
motion back.
Okay. There, that's better than trying to. Okay, you can have. 10.
Yeah.
I'll give you 20s so I can go. And you can't have any because I don't like you.
Yeah, much easier. Adjourn for lunch?
Okay, we're back on, it's time for HDR engineering to review the first draft of the Beach Brown acceleration analysis. So who wants to start this? Jeremiah? Or
I'll just turn it over to the folks at HDR and let them present their findings.
okay? HDR?
Sounds good. Just start my video here, you can see who I am. I'm Vic Crisario. I'm the lead geotech on this hazard analysis for Flint Creek Dam. I guess we'll just get right into it. Jillian, I guess we'll go around and introduce ourselves. Maybe give you Jillian first.
Sure, I'm Jillian Newbern. I'm a geotechnical EIT out here in Folsom.
Hey everyone, Mike Buga here, lead geologist on the project out of Oakland, California.
Jillian is going to share her screen. Ben, got anything to say?
Just Ben Fenley, HDR out of Bozeman, Montana, PM for the project.
Yeah, if I could get permission to share my screen.
Yes. I think I gave you, let's see, did I give you all? Let me see. I think I've made you all co-hosts, so you should all be able.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, perfect.
Are you guys seeing my screen with the HDR logo?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Great.
I just pressed the button and now I can't see it, but that's my own fault. Let me get back to it. What did I do? I don't know what I did. Hit swap screen and now I just see a blank screen. Sorry, everybody. I don't know how to use Zoom. Jillian, can you help? I don't know how to do this. I did something, and now all I see is a.
Okay. Go to.
Switch to shared content.
Yeah. Let's do that. Hit switch to shared content again.
I have.
Go to.
No. Video and share screen. That.
No.
You know how to do this?
Maybe. I don't know. You clicked a lot of things. I'll like your mouse. Here.
Apologies.
Let me see if I change the slide. I don't know what you did.
I don't know what I
Is this that
did.
screen that you should be seeing?
Oh, I see it again.
Okay.
I was trying to get rid of this message thing though, like. All right, got
There
it.
you go.
Okay. So, I got it figured out here. So I'm gonna start talking about our deterministic seismic hazard analysis for the dam. Jillian, go ahead and. So just, here's kind of a brief agenda for the presentation. I'll start with an introduction here. And the scope. So just a brief review of the scope. So first we reviewed the geology and seismology of the region, pretty much just based on publicly available information. We reviewed documents provided by Granite County. Mainly that was the STID and Part 12D inspection report were the most useful, and then there were some other documents that were provided later. Of seismic sources, pretty much all the faults in the area within, I believe it was started with 200 miles or so, and then whittled it down to 100, within 100 miles. Jillian will talk about that. Then we went through and did our DSHA using appropriate ground motion models and estimated the recommended MCE for the site. Go ahead. So just a quick summary of the dam. This information is from the Part 12D inspection report. The important bits there for the DSHA, pertinent to the DSHA are in bold there, the reservoir capacity being what it is, the high hazard potential, and the dam believed to be founded on bedrock. I say believed to be founded on bedrock, I'll go into this more, but the subsurface information at the site is limited to say the least. It's all just based on discussion of the dam being on bedrock and those two references there, the STID and the Part 12D report. So the available seismic information we had been provided, that first set of bullet points there, it's really just items that are referenced in the STID. We don't actually have those studies. The Bechtel-Sibel 1988 reported a recommended PGA of 0.1 G. The Basco, which reviewed Bechtel-Sibel's evaluation, recommended a range of 0.07 to 0.13. So I believe that was based on a quote random event in the area, which I interpreted to be basically background seismicity. And then USA, this is mentioned in the STID that they recommended 0.15 G for seismic zone 3. I don't know what specific guidance that was or if it was site specific or not. It doesn't clarify in the STID. We reviewed the Wong et al. 2005, which basically a PSHA for the entire state of Montana, and those figures there are from Wong et al. And it shows Flint Creek Dam on bedrock. It's kind of a blown up image down there at the bottom, and that kind of pinkish color is hard rock, and the more tan color there is the soft rock. At the scale, it's difficult to tell exactly where Flint Creek Dam is sitting. And then the next big source of information we had is just the National Seismic Hazard Models. Since Wong et al., there's been 3 iterations released, and then 2023 is in development, and we relied pretty heavily on those. So Mike is gonna, and by the way, if you have any questions while we're going through, feel free to jump in. Mike's gonna hand it over to Mike to talk about the geology.
All right, thanks, Vic. I'm just gonna kind of start real broad here. Try not to spend too much time on the ancient history and kind of focus in on the site here towards the end. But basically, prior to mountain building here in the western U.S., we've got a large deposit of the Belt supergroup and a really old billion-year-old belt basin, intracratonic basin. And then subsequent to that, that makes up the lithology that's been subsequently deformed by the two main orogenic events or mountain building events, the Sevier and the Laramide. The map here on the right just kind of shows the extent of the Rockies essentially and these mountain building events. Each of them is characterized by a certain type of morphology or structural deformation. Sevier is known as thin-skinned, Laramide is thick-skinned. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just kind of an example of really the distinction between the two. Both these sections are further to the south in Wyoming and Idaho and Utah, but essentially illustrate the concept here where the thin skin evolves over the overlying sedimentary rocks, while the thick skin also includes basement rocks and the actual granitics below the overlying sedimentary deposits. Not super critical here to the project, but more background information. Next slide, please. So just within Western Montana and Idaho, we also have a notable feature this plays into our analysis later is the Lewis and Clark zone. This is a structural boundary that's been around for quite a long time, has experienced multiple episodes of deformation and activity. Relatively poorly understood. There's several tectonic models floating around in the peer-reviewed literature, but basically it acts as a northern limit to Laramide deformation, is likely an accommodation structure for more present-day extension, and is an area that's comprised of numerous faults that have been, like I said, reactivated over time. Next slide, please. The present day tectonic activity is essentially dominated by extension, basin and range extension further to the south. It creeps up here into Idaho and western Montana, north of the Snake River Plain as well. This is, it's essentially reactivating some of the older Sevier and Laramide thrust faults and structures. It's, like I said, bisected here by the East Snake River Plain, which is essentially a volcanic hotspot similar to that of Hawaii, just underneath the North American plate. Locally, it's an area of thinner crust on account of the upwelling of the mantle there, which results in lower seismicity. However, on either side of the track, we see two critical things, and one is the rotation of some of these structures, the faults, and also increased seismicity along its margins. Next slide, please.
Sorry, just freezing. Here we go.
Okay, so focusing a little closer here on the regional area. So locally, the site itself is dominated by the Anaconda Metamorphic Core Complex, also the Bitterroot to the west. These are essentially large-scale extensional features and unroofing essentially of the crust. Also in that figure on the right, you can see the Lewis and Clark zone with a little more detail and some of the complexity there with all the faulting, various parts of which are active or considered to be potentially active. And this extensional core complex here is overprints a lot of the old Sevier and Laramide structures. Next slide, please. And then a closer look here at the site itself. So as I mentioned, we're sitting here in the Belt Supergroup, the Pygean group, comprised predominantly of mudstones with some occasional dolomitic and quartzite bed. We found it on this unit. And another feature that's kind of just cuts to the southeast of the site is the Georgetown thrust related to the Phillipsburg thrust as well. These are some of these older severe structures related to the collision and the shortening of the region. Additionally, just at the same time that this was ongoing, we also had volcanic activity and the emplacement of several plutons in the regional area. I will say that the Georgetown thrust is not presumed to be active. It's cut in several places by younger faults and doesn't have any seismic activity that's been documented. Next slide, please. I think, and this is where I'll, I guess, stop for questions or hand it over to Jillian to talk about some of the seismicity.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Alright. So, like we said before, we started with this long model. So you can see Flint Creek is right here. Wong divided Montana kind of up into these regions. So this map is also in the SDID. So here's this kind of like really seismically active zone, this northern intermountain seismic belt, whereas we're kind of more in this northern Rocky Mountain zone, but we're really close to this border. Like Vic said earlier, there's some more updated, the NSHMs have been updated a few times since then, so we kind of based it more on those, but this is kind of where we started. So for the NSHM faults, as Vic said, 2023 is still kind of in development, but you can still see like the catalog that's available. So these ones in blue are from 2014, and these pink ones are what have been added to the 2023. In this region, it's mostly things that have been added, not taken away for 2023. All of these, this red dotted line is our 100-mile radius. So everything within the 100-mile radius that was on 2014, so these blue ones, is also included in 2023. Like I said, 2023 is just mostly added. There's also a few small faults in orange that we also included that are from the SDID. So that's Whitetail Creek, Indian Creek, Spokane Bench. So the major add to the 2023 is this Bitterroot fault, which had previously not, it was believed previously not to have any quaternary displacements, but there's some studies that are coming out. They're in development now. They've been remapping some parts of the Bitterroot that actually have had those movements in quaternary age. So we included it in our model. It's not actually going to be included in the 2023 final report, probably because some reports haven't been published in time. But it will be included in future ones. So we did include it in our model. And then here's just kind of an overview of some of the historical seismicity. So there's been 3 events that have been recorded, greater than a magnitude of 6.5, which is these big red dots. So the closest one is this one here, it's kind of in this like Clarkston Valley area, kind of. So that's in 1925, a magnitude 6.6. Also, so we have some of this Yellowstone activity down here. So there was a 7.2 in 1959. And then finally, the Spora Peak event in 1983. And then just a quick overview. So as we mentioned before, we did kind of start with that long model. So these are kind of the events that have happened since that paper would have been published. So this is kind of the green up here, and I'll go back really quick. You can see a little bit more. So this is kind of where this Lewis and Clark zone is up here. So here's one event from 2017 that was a magnitude 5.8. And then there's also another 5.6 down here in this like kind of Clarkston Valley area. And with that, I'll give it back to Dick.
All right. So I'm gonna start with a discussion of the, and the computer unfreezes here. Start with a discussion of the methodology we followed for the deterministic seismic hazard analysis, or DSHA. We followed FERC Chapter 13 guidelines generally. And first 2 bullet points there, we kind of just went over reviewing relevant past seismic information and identifying sources within 100 miles of the site. Those are those maps that Jillian just showed us, and again, primarily based on the 2014 and 2023 National Seismic Hazard Model maps, with the understanding that Bitterroot won't end up in 2023, but will likely end up in future models. So next steps, characterize seismic site conditions, then summarizing parameters for each fault within our model, out of not just fault and seismic sources, can be background seismicity. Selecting earthquake scenarios from all of the different faults that we looked at, faults and seismic sources that we looked at, based on contribution of hazard to the site. And then taking those 3 scenarios, calculating PGAs and 5% damped response spectra, using appropriate ground motion models or GMMs, and then selecting the MCE. So here's the seismic site characterization I mentioned earlier, that dam is founded on bedrock, which is basically just based on qualitative statements in the STID and Part 12D, and then also these geologic map on the right, the gray on the top photo there, or top map there, that an excerpt from what Mike showed is bedrock. Second one down, Wong et al. Shows Flint Creek Dam on bedrock. Third image down there, I'll go into in a minute here. So we assume soft rock just because we don't have any actual subsurface data to calculate VS30, which is the shear wave velocity in the upper 30 meters, which is a very important parameter for DSHA, probably the most important besides just where the faults are themselves, the magnitude. That corresponds to the site class BC boundary or soft rock. And that's conservative for harder rock, say if it was really site class B or A or AB. Conservative in the sense that it will result in higher ground motions than harder rock would. There's a couple other parameters there, not quite as important for rock sites, more important for soil sites, but we include them anyways. It's the depth to VS of 1,000 meters, or Z 1.0, and or 1,000 meters per second, I'm sorry, which is Z 1.0, and the depth to shear wave velocity of 2,500 meters per second, which is Z 2.5, and so that bottom image there on the right with some refraction lines. We believe it's refraction lines from a study that was provided to us by Granite County, of a study that ran a seismic line along the south end of the lake. Flint Creek Dam's on the north end, but that seismic line crossed that same gray bedrock unit that's shown on the top picture there. So we use that to pick out the 1.0 and 2.5, which you see there is 80 meters and 120 meters. So those are seismic site characterization parameters. And yeah, next slide.
Sorry.
So then selection of earthquake scenarios. As part of the earthquake scenario selection, you need to pick the percentile of the ground motion. So 50th percentile or median, or something higher like 84th, which would be median plus 1 standard deviation. And according to FERC guidelines, that's based on slip rates. So typical slip rates for most of the faults in the area are less than 0.2. You can see there, FERC allows 50th percentile median ground motions for slip rates of less than 0.3 millimeters per year. And 84th percentile for slip rates 0.9 millimeters per year or greater. And then graduating in between those from 0.3 to 0.9. Some primary parameters for DSHA: magnitude, of course, the site characterization parameters that I just went over, faulting mechanism, so strike slip, normal, reverse, whatever it might be for that specific fault, fault geometry, and various distance parameters. So of all those faults that you saw on the maps earlier in the presentation, we selected Bitterroot which is the closest fault that produces relatively large magnitudes above 7. So 7.4 maximum magnitude has a relatively low slip rate of less than 0.2 millimeters per year. And so we went with the 50th percentile for that. The Madison fault is one of the few faults that has potential for higher slip rates, and that was which earthquake it was produced? One in the Yellowstone area. That had potential for slip rates up to 1.0 millimeters per year. So we kind of took that higher end and selected the 84th percentile being higher than 0.9 millimeters per year. And then the Lewis and Clark zone scenario, so this is background seismicity, influenced by that Lewis and Clark zone to the north, so that's why we're calling it the Lewis and Clark zone scenario. And I will go into that in a few slides here, but when you see there on fault type, because it's background seismicity, we don't have a specific fault to apply it to. So we gave 1/3 weight to strike slip and 2/3 weight to normal faulting, and then we further split that up into normal faulting on the footwall side and normal faulting on the hanging wall side. And I will get into how we came up with that 6.1 and 50th percentile here in a couple slides. So next slide. Here's the Bitterroot fault scenario, just visually. You can see it's, the dam is that little star there. And Bitterroot is about 72 kilometers to the fault trace, west of the star, a rupture distance of 61 kilometers. It's on the hanging wall side of the fault. Next one. Madison fault scenario is much further away, but we included it as a scenario because of the slip rate in the selection of the 84th percentile motion. There's some closer faults, but we judge those to not be as critical because they would have been low slip rate faults. So the Lewis and Clark zone scenario. Oh, Madison fault also on the hanging wall, I should have mentioned out there. So the Lewis and Clark zone scenario, this one, it's not a specific fault. So in order to come up with scenario of magnitude and distance, background seismicity, we kind of look to the National Seismic Hazard Model, which ultimately is a nationwide probabilistic seismic hazard assessment. So we use the DSHA to inform our selection of a scenario for our DSHA. And further, probabilistic seismic hazard, you need to pick a return period. So we went to the Montana DNRC Technical Note 5, Simplified Seismic Analysis for Montana Dams in 2020. And that gives some guidance that you can see on there, the matrix. High hazard dams with greater than 5,000 acre feet. If you were to perform a PSHA, you would be looking at a 10,000 year ground motion, which is the upper right-hand corner of that matrix. So we use that just to determine a rational way to decide on a hazard deaggregation based on the National Seismic Hazard Model. So we use the hazard deaggregation, which you'll see on the next slide. You can go to the next slide. I'll go back to this one. So this is a hazard deaggregation. Basically, it's just hazard curves split up into bins of magnitude and distance. And for a 10,000 year event in site class BC, and the modal event, which is tallest bar there and on the DAG, 6.1 at 10.6 kilometers, and it's actually 10.6 kilometers north when you dig into it, towards the Lewis and Clark zone. You go back one slide. So in terms of percentile, we went with 50th, again, just because the faults in the area, especially the ones near the Lewis and Clark zone, some of them are mentioned there, have slip rates, anticipated slip rates of less than 0.2 millimeters per year. So 50th percentile is reasonable, and it's also, the dam is located in the relatively seismically questioned area of the Northern Rocky Mountain zone, which Julian pointed out earlier. Next slide. And you can see the weighting I already went over. We, given that it's not an actual fault source, we don't know exactly what kind of fault would produce it. So we went with the 2/3 weighting to normal and 1/3 weighting to strike slip, which actually matches what USGS does for the National Seismic Hazard Model in extensional tectonic zones. Okay, next. Ground motion models. So we use the NGA West 2 ground motion models, which are appropriate for the Western United States. Flint Creek Dam is located in that region, near the eastern portion of that region. There's 3 ground motion models. Abrahamson et al., Bohr et al., Campbell Pizorgia, Chu and Young's Idris. We weighted the ground motion models for each scenario based on their applicability to that specific scenario. I should point out, if any of you have looked at the draft report, on Bitterroot and Madison, we had different weighting. Since then, I've gotten rid of I think we were including Idris, which is not applicable to hanging walls. Not applicable to sites on the hanging wall side, so I got rid of that and just split the weights 1/3 each. Doesn't affect the results pretty much at all. It's just very, very slight negligible differences, in the final results. And then the Lewis and Clark zone, you can see all the weighting there. Similarly for the hanging wall, normal, IM is not included, and Bohr et al. Is not included. Next slide. I'm not going to go through all this. These are just the specific parameters summarized. Important one there is really the VS30 and fault distance, and the RRUP, which is the second one down in the magnitude. Skip over this one too. Next slide. Okay. So results. Bitterroot, 50th percentile, magnitude 7.4, rupture distance 61 kilometers. You get a PGA of about 0.06 and maximum spectral acceleration there of about 0.12. So you're seeing the black line is just the equally weighted of the 3 ground motion models that we use. Next slide. Madison, 84th percentile, pretty far away from site, 148 kilometers. So it doesn't produce very high ground motions. This is actually pretty comparable to what Bechtel found in terms of PGA. It's at the high end of what Bechtel found in 1988 for PGA from this event. Is about I think they said 0.03, we got 0.04, which makes sense because we're using the newer ground motion models. Next slide. Lewis and Clark zone scenario. So this is much closer and results in a PGA of 0.17 and a maximum spectral acceleration of like 0.4 G. So just a comparison of the 3. You can see on the left there is a log plot. At about 3 seconds, Bitterroot, well, Madison controls about 3 seconds and beyond, being so far away, large and so far away. But other than that, Lewis and Clark zone dominates the hazard across all spectral periods up to that point. And then even beyond 3 seconds, spectral accelerations are so low that they're essentially negligible for short period structures, which a dam would be. So ultimately, based on this, we recommend the MCE based on the Lewis and Clark zone scenario, magnitude 6.1 at 10.6 kilometers, median ground motion. PGA of 0.17 and FERC Chapter 13 recommends splitting up your MCEs rather than enveloping when you have different scenarios dominating different spectral periods. But Lewis and Clark zone pretty much dominates all the spectral periods of interest for a dam, so we recommend just keeping that as an MCE rather than having two separate MCEs. So that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Oh, it's interesting what I picked up.
So this is Blaine, how are you?
Good.
Good. Is FERC likely gonna make additional requirements now to the county, or did you already talk about that? Okay. Or do you really know?
Anybody have that answer? Whether FERC will be satisfied with this?
Is anybody out there?
Vic and Mike, I can't speak on behalf for FERC, but in your experience, where does this relate?
Yeah, I mean, I think, or Vic, I don't know, do you want to jump in here or?
You go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last one, I think per the STID, was I guess is that almost 15 years ago. So, just kind of par for the course in terms of reviewing the more recent seismicity and updated fault models. I think including the Bitterroot fault in our model too, that kind of helps alleviate, like I said, we reached out to the USGS on that front. And as Jillian mentioned, it was just a matter of, they hadn't published their data prior to the development of the 2023 model. But it's more than likely they're going to include the Bitterroot down the line. So, hopefully that kind of staves off a little bit longer in terms of the review period. But, I think overall, I'd say, pretty comprehensive approach here. This is purely deterministic. We've done, some cases done, a dual approach of using both probabilistic and deterministic to develop the seismic hazard for the site. So, in that case, it's not per the regulations. And, FERC's still operating largely under the deterministic framework. So, we're essentially checking all their boxes. I think so, we have high hopes they should accept this.
Well, that's good.
Okay, so this is what I'm just for in layman's terms, this is what FERC demanded us to get done, and this actually is a report that's going to fit the needs that they deem necessary. Is that
That's a purpose.
is that a question? Is that a legitimate question? Is that something, okay, they're asking for this and you gave it to us and they should be happy with it?
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, because typically just with the with just the seismic review process and in general, it's usually a 5 to 10 year sort of time frame where it's prudent to review the seismicity for the area. Just, in our case, we didn't see any larger magnitude events that might have changed the model significantly. So the present day model is sort of operating as it should, so to speak. Should there have been a larger event, larger than a 6.5 on some of these faults, that would change potentially some of the modeling here and our understanding of the seismic hazard. But I'd say that generally speaking, it seems to be, in line with the previous studies. I think Vic mentioned it's a little higher than some of the past studies, but that kind of makes sense. Just, the more you tend to be able to better estimate some of that hazard.
Yeah, and the ground motion models are accounting for things they didn't account for before, which are running ground motions higher than older models would have.
I might have missed it, but when was the last time a Bitterroot fault had activity?
Jillian, do you recall what was in that publication there? I don't think it was Holocene, but I think there's evidence for.
No, it wasn't Holocene. It was, I don't know. So I think that's part of the ongoing studies is they haven't they don't really have any much accurate dating. So they can kind of only guess, but they didn't put those deformations in the Holocene.
Yeah,
So,
and yeah, I want to say I think there might have been putting like 135,000 on there, but don't quote me on that. Going off the top of my head here. Just kind of as a broader statement regarding just paleoseismology here in Montana, you know, there's some good information on, you know, some faults, but a lot of it is, I think, just as a general statement, a little bit understudied, you know, particularly compared here to California, where we've got, you know, everyone looking at all these faults and fancy, you know, 3D models and everything. But so, you know, there's a sort of like a broad brush approach where a lot of these faults are presumed to be quaternary active just based on the current tectonic setting and the seismicity that's shown on, you know, in the regions adjacent to the site. So kind of with the recurrence intervals and the low slip rates, right? The Holocene is, you know, whether we've had an event in the last 10,000 years, 11,000 years, and, you know, some of these faults may only rupture once every, you know, 50,000 or 100,000. And so that's why that definition to like presumed active or potentially active sources is sort of expanded into the quaternary, a little older. And so, you know, a lot of these faults would fall under that category. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sounds good. Not gonna worry about it.
Yeah. And then I think one of the questions that we had, and you know, is just regarding the site, the VS30 data. And I don't know, Vic, if you want to speak to this or not.
Yeah, I can speak to it. So, as I mentioned a few times during the presentation, we were basically just presuming the site being on bed. Well, we're just taking the SPID's word for it and the Part 12B's word for it that the site's on bedrock, and there's no real direct subsurface information available at the site. So we didn't necessarily want to put this as a recommendation because then FERC's probably going to hold you to it, and we don't want to put that on you. But one thing we'd suggest is, you know, maybe before the next time coming around to one of these seismic updates is, you know, do some kind of subsurface investigations, you know, maybe a boring combined with MASW, some kind of geophysical survey, just to come up with some VS30 numbers, because it's really the most important parameter. One of the most important parameters from a site, or it's the most important site characterization parameter for these current ground motion models that are used these days. And, you know, essentially we're just guessing for the purpose of this analysis. So it'd be something that I think would be worth doing in the future. So we don't know how you want to handle that, if it's something you'd want us to put in this report as a suggestion or recommendation, or just keep it verbal at this point.
Yeah, I think we'd like to keep it verbal.
Yeah. And you know, the assumption that we made was that soft rock velocity, right, 760 meters per second, and you know, in my opinion, that's probably conservative. So you know, at the very least, hopefully that passes muster with FERC and they're happy with that. You know, just us being on the conservative side, which ultimately, you know, yields a higher seismic hazard at the site. So therefore, we're being conservative. And more than likely, if you were to pursue like a single boring or something like that with some downhole geophysics, you know, the velocities would be higher and therefore the hazard would go down slightly. You know, but I think that, you know, our approach, like I said, is on the conservative side, and in general, that's good in terms of FERC's eyes and their review.
Okay,
Are there local people that do boring and that type survey?
In Montana, I'm not sure. We could chase that down a bit. But we do, you know, there's a few folks in Colorado that would do that kind of work in terms of just the downhole geophysical surveys. But yeah, we could chase that down.
Thanks.
Blaine, this is Jeremiah. Yeah, there's quite a few firms in the state that can handle that. And back to Blanche, your question. I mean, I believe the report meets the intent of what FERC was requesting. I would, I guess, like to see that, you know, the recommendations just be verbal, because that is a concern of mine when we do submit this, and for HDR's, you know, input here, we're going to submit the draft report. Sounds like you may have a few changes or some edits there. As soon as we have that, we'll submit it to FERC. Typically they'll review and provide comment. It could be quite a while before we get that back. But ultimately there may be some revisions and then acceptance by FERC. And then back on the county side, you know, FERC may come back and there may be some additional requests. And one of the things I think there may be is we need a subsurface investigation to determine that bedrock makeup. I guess we'll deal with it at that time if they make that request.
never ends. Okay, everybody done then, or?
I have some questions to Vic. So do you plan to submit our report as draft to FERC, just procedurally? We want to make sure, I mean, we have an updated draft, like I mentioned, with some updated information. But is
Actually,
that your intent?
I guess we need to have the report final before FERC will, you know, accept it as the final report.
Okay.
My assumption is they're going to have some comment and feedback though. So even though it's final, there may be another revision, I guess is what I should have said.
Okay, that clarifies it. So it's final to us, but that doesn't stop FERC from asking for more stuff, basically.
Yep.
Jeremiah, do you have any comments or on the report that we should incorporate?
No, I think it was well done. And it's kind of beyond my expertise, way beyond my expertise. So I just looked at it from a high level. You know, from what I could see, it met the intent of what we needed to get out of it. So I was fine with it.
Okay, thanks.
So we have a
Okay,
public,
then,
go ahead.
that, I was just saying, then we can just go ahead and finalize it, then we're not gonna expect any comments from anybody.
Yeah, you guys can finalize it. There won't be any comments from us.
We have a public comment here, Elena. What do you have to say?
Thank you. This is Elena Gagliano from the Phillipsburg area and also Georgetown Lake area. I'm sorry, I missed the introductions earlier, so I don't know who all is there. But I was wondering, how would any of this affect the condition of the dam up at Flint Creek? Has it been considered the age of the dam, the last time it was inspected, and how this report would affect that, since the dam is over 100 years old, and the pilings below the water have never been really inspected? Would this affect any of that? Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
I guess.
Well, I think,
I'll jump in a little bit and then feel free, anybody else to jump in. I mean, that wasn't the task of assessing the dam for stability of that. It's just doing the peak ground acceleration in comparison to that with past PGAs that have been done. So FERC may come back and want further assessment, or like we talked about, they may want some additional subsurface investigations for the bedrock layer. They will determine what the next steps would be on that.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? So I guess we close her out. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you all.
Thanks.
I,
That was deep. Deep, get it?
It went above Jeremiah's pay grade.
Oh, yeah.
March 30th and April 6th. I looked.
April 4.
So it's gonna be more native, so we have pretty bids, right? It's, you're assuming.
But I did say don't need a performance bond unless it's over 50,000.
Okay,
And the bid bond, they can also do an irrevocable letter of credit. That's it.
And I get to pick the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have them contacting you. Hopefully it's not.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn,
Oh, we have Powell County.
No, we weren't.
and we have another thing.
So we can go. She made the most, no second.
Sorry. Never mind. So fun, just as we're waiting for the next agenda item. On your 20,000, were you just gonna like put it in your line item? Keep what you normally get budgeted. And then what's left over, you could spend on something that you might need.
Yeah.
Keeping it at 20. In the line item budget.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
And then keep it at 20. So what is it now? Is it like 10?
5 or 10. Once upon a time, I think it was 10, but I'm not sure if it was 5 or 10 in the last time.
So. In that instance, you could throw 10 in there and you have 10. Because keep your normal budget, because you shouldn't have to put that whole thing. In your line item budget for witness fees or whatever
Yeah.
witness stuff.
But even if it wasn't witness, I could use it for other stuff.
Yeah. I just thought,
Yeah, it sounds good.
because you probably want something too, or Claudette probably wants something.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm Blaine.
Hi, Blaine, Stacy Menezes.
Have a cupcake, Stacy.
What?
Have a cupcake. How are you?
Okay, what are you guys celebrating?
Chuck's birthday.
39,
He's 39.
gotta be 39.
39, one more time. I'm gonna go 39. Yeah, good idea. No, I'll be 49, I don't mind.
Come up here if you want.
And then I assume, then we'll walk out and she said she was in the train. What's new in your world?
Not a lot, you know, spring break kids
Yeah.
covered
So I
in.
guess it's driving me up the wall already.
Yeah, I had all the boys yesterday stopping, getting each other with sticks, knocking each other out of trees.
Yeah.
Mud in their face. Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah.
The vehicle.
Yeah, I was gonna try and take them up to the ski hill tomorrow afternoon.
I'm gonna try to do Friday.
Going over, but.
Friday's the last day we get up there.
Yeah.
I bought a dirt bike yesterday.
Oh.
Not so much me, my child has spent all the money in his savings account. on a
Yeah.
dirt bike.
Your budget.
Nice.
I have to go get that this week.
That will keep them entertained.
Budget.
We still have so much snow though. I don't wanna give it to them yet.
Yeah, so right now it's just a muddy mess. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you're camped.
What would you like? Chocolate?
What are those other things
I
over
think-
there?
They just have a different color frosting. I think they're both chocolate and vanilla.
What is it for color frosting?
Yeah, pink, yellow.
I think
All right.
I don't
You're ready
touch
for
them.
spring, aren't you? It's like Easter colors, pink and yellow.
these are like Easter.
Yeah.
You know what? They're gonna be up here. I'm gonna need to like have some screen.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
A lot of people don't put their video on, but.
Yeah,
On paper.
just in case. You're gonna be eating cupcakes for a week.
Yeah.
Pass them out in the
No one's come in, are they?
Yeah.
courthouse, yeah.
They've all been hiding.
Do they even know?
How's it gonna be?
I think so. I don't have treasures last there at that office.
Getting better, thanks, yeah.
Yeah, have a cupcake, Ben. Come on, Ben.
Are you sure? Yeah. I can eat sweet. Yeah.
I've had plenty of sugar today.
Dude, 10,000.
Somebody's birthday.
Chuck's.
Happy birthday, Chuck.
Thanks. This week, later in the week, what day? Saturday. Hopefully your wife remembers.
It's probably will.
Yeah.
Has she ever forgotten?
I like to forget.
No, be proud of how old you are.
Yeah,
Heidi doesn't strike me as someone who would forget your birthday. No.
I almost adjourned this. I almost asked if we could adjourn.
yeah, you made the motion,
Yeah, I
did
made
a
the
good
motion.
second, well, maybe it's
So, guys,
This table's on, I'm like, she got my knees.
Yeah,
When did you? Was it ACL?
No, I tore her patellar tendon, playing basketball, and good kneecap, when I came out, yeah. I spent on my knee was concave, or the knee should go with concave.
Hyperextended.
And yeah, or it's sort of. Felt like it hit with the baseball bat, then went down in the summer. That helped.
You dived for a ball.
I was going for a layup, I didn't even get off the ground, and then. Wish I could say it was a slam dunk or something.
Okay.
Well, 3-on-3 with the kids, I'm not gonna see.
Strengths.
Hey, is everybody here?
Yep, it looks like Powell County is on and I've made them a co-host, so they should be able to unmute and join in whenever, however they would like. Oh, there we go.
Yours now.
Yes.
We hear you. So let's get started. We're on Powell County, Tri-County Fair Board, and the letter dated March 7, 2023. Discussion and decision. Who wants to start? Nobody?
Well, this is Blaine Bradshaw. The commission discussed, Granite County Commission discussed the letter last week and had some concerns because they, I think there's some issues between what was said in that letter and the current bylaws on authority. And so I think that's one of the discussion points for today. I know no one probably wants to micromanage the extension agents, but how much authority they're actually given probably needs to be discussed, or amending the bylaws if that's what's wanted.
This is something that isn't really new. But we never have been able to get a memorandum of understanding. It's just who's got the authority in each of these areas. And there's, always infighting going on as to who's supposed to be in charge of this or that or the other. Several years ago, they had an MOU put together, but never got a final decision on it or anything. And it's probably just going to keep popping up until everybody can just sit down and say, okay, if this is in this area, they're in charge, and if it's in this area, somebody else is. Or we want to make the fair board in charge of everything, or it's probably always going to have a little bit of a problem going on until something does get settled one way or the other. So this is an approach that is this something we can maybe finally get an MOU between all of these different organizations? So there isn't a bunch of backfighting and stuff as to who's going to be in charge of this and that.
Well, I wonder if the extension agents should get together and then make a recommendation to the fair board on that, but maybe they want left out of it, I don't know.
This is Ben Hopman, the extension agent, Granite County. I think what was confusing most people regarding the letter was that it was it seemed, the way it read was it was removing any sort of decision making on the 4-H side of the fair from the fair board. And so I think that's where the concern was. I do agree we need to have kind of all parties involved with the fair sit down and talk about whose roles and responsibilities are and get that all settled again would probably be the best way to move forward. But I think that's where the concern and confusion was when at least from the Granite County side. And I guess I don't want to put words in in the fair board members' mouths or anything like that, but that, to me, that sounded like where the confusion was.
So this is Stacy Menezes. I am on the fair board for Granite County. And Katie was going to try and be here as well, and she didn't make it yet. But I think that was the concern, was if we are being directed by Powell County, that we have absolutely no say in what happens at the fair, then why are we even here? As A, as Granite County members, and B, just as fair board members in general. Because it's, my understanding as a fair board member is it's up to us to ensure that things run smoothly at the fair, rules are followed, that kind of thing. That is when we get called upon, is when something goes wrong. So if we don't get any chance to provide input on those things, then why are we enforcing it? I think it's also kind of the confusion.
Well, you guys are finding things to read that I'm not. Yeah, all Oh, when I read it, all I see is that, we just need to all get together and decide who is responsible for what. Simple as that. Is 4-H, going to have all responsibility for all of the 4-H? Is the fair board going to step in and say, well, yeah, it's 4-H, but we will tell you what you can do? Is the market committee going to step in and say, well, this isn't agreeing with us, so we're gonna, we don't care what the fair board says. You know, just so everybody knows just where they are. Can we get together and come to some kind of an agreement as to who's gonna be in charge of what? Is it gonna be the fair board that's gonna have ultimate responsibility for everything? Or are some of the other boards gonna have a responsibility here that will, yeah, just where is it gonna go and who's gonna decide?
The only thing I'd say is I think it should come from the fair board making recommendations to the county commission, is the way I think it should go, but that's my thought. But that's why we have a fair board.
I would add, that we have at many fair board meetings discussed the idea of we need to get everybody in the same room and kind of outline what some of those responsibilities and roles are, because there are so many different entities that are involved, be it extension agents, market committee, that kind of thing. Part of the issue as well has been in the past when a memorandum of understanding was put together. This was before my time on the board, but my understanding is that the attorneys instructed extension agents do not sign it. So it's like, do we want to go down that path and put all of this work in? If the attorneys are going to get involved and say, no, nobody needs to be signing this document, or, you know, that kind of thing. But
Yeah.
that's not to say let's all sit down and discuss anything. I think it was the first paragraph in this letter. I think everybody can be in agreement. It was the second paragraph that really threw people for a loop and felt like it was an attack upon the fair board and what we have been doing, and that's where the questions were arising from, was this second paragraph, not the first.
Well, I don't think it's trying to attack anybody. You know, we've relied on the fair board very heavily, and they've done a great job in the past and stuff. It's just extension is looking at 4-H programs and who has the responsibility on the 4-H program. Is it going to be the extension service, or is it going to be the fair board? This is just a question, you know. And it can go either way, and I do remember that it was the attorney that said to not sign, but I don't know why. What was in the memorandum that he was afraid of. But if you look at it.
If the commission sign an MOU, then I think the extension agents are gonna be bound by it. But I think potentially having the extension agents meeting with the fair board to kind of hash those issues out and come to the county commissions with the recommendation would be, I think, the proper process.
Well, right now, 4-H is under extension. That's what it is. The 4-H operates under MSU extension by their bylaws. Really, the fair board, whatever, cannot really be making decisions without going through extension. You know, they can't do stuff that's not within the extensions bylaws, 4-H bylaws, whatever. It's already. That 4-H is a MSU extension program. It's not a Tri-County Fair Board program or anything. They stick to, you know, set the rules, regulations of the procedures and everything, and then it's the fair board to be overseeing that, but given, you know, the facility, the grounds, making that work. But it needs to be everyone together to make that work. It's got to be the extension and the fair board and the grounds board all working together to make it one
I
successful.
Yeah, I concur. But I think, I'm just saying, I think to get to that MOU point, I think it starts with extension officer, agents meeting with the fair board to try to recommend something on that MOU. But,
And that's what I think we're trying to do with this letter is to, you know, encourage an MOU be put together with all the entities together. This is just the initial step to bring, just in our local, we used to have a couple of, we had the Blue Ribbon Pavilion, we had the board, we had the fair board, and we had the grounds, you know, everything but all. We had the separate Blue Ribbon and then the fair board, and they were fighting using the same facilities, they couldn't get along, so we unified it all under the fair board. Grounds board for that, and then the Tri-County Fair Board. There's always been, just seems like always nitpicking responsibility. Who's gonna do this, who's gonna do that when it comes time to, you know, everyone wants to do something, when it's time to volunteer, there's no one there to help or whatever. And I think this is just a step to get us toward, so everyone knows exactly what their position is, what their authority is, so that we can work down those paths to get the benefit is the kids. And, you know, that's my intent is, my kids were in 4-H, we've been involved with 4-H. I just don't want to see the thing go away, and I think we need to, you know, rein some of it in. My kids have been out of it for 30 years, but back when they were in there, they were fighting their clubs, and they were running rampant, you know, the golden clubs, you know, they were getting all the attention, could do no wrong, the started up clubs, the others, they kind of got pushed alongside, you know, we had to do fundraisers, do all our stuff, and these others had money flowing in and out, which was over the amount that they could even legally do. There was stuff going on, and it hasn't really improved, and I think we just need to get everybody on track to one simple, you know, 4-H has got their rules and regulations, and maybe they encourage to go away from it. I don't know, but it seems like we've gotten that way a little bit, and it just is a step to get everyone on the same page. And we're not trying to run anybody out or nobody's, you know, contribution or input or anything. All I think really we're trying to do with this is to bring it to attention that we want these organizations to work together to get an MOU, to actually define where they're at, that we could submit to, like MSU, for their blessing. If we have to work with them, however we have to get it, we need something, I think, documented for responsibilities and authority. Am I in favor of a lot of things Bo's thinking of, or Ben's thinking of, or not? Maybe not, but let's sit down and talk about it and work it out, and let's, you know, bring in new programs. On our end, Bo's, you know, he's had some great, he did the camping stuff there through with the 4-H kids and wilderness stuff. He's got great equipment, he's got plans, anybody can use it. He's had good response last year with it. The first year, he's looking to expand it. And that's what we need, is to expand the youth programs, the 4-H programs, not curtail them.
So I have a question, Mrs. Blanche. Your letter is to the members of the Tri-County Fair Board. So what you're saying is you want to reach out to the Fair Board and the other boards and the county extension. Did you CC these letters to the other boards and to the county extension?
It's the Fair Board.
So this just went out to the Tri-County Fair Board.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Oh, it wound up, our fair board said, this is Bo Walker, I don't think you can see me, extension agent here.
I think there was a little snafu. We had our 4-H council secretary is also the fair board secretary, so this letter wound up at our council meeting, I believe the night before the fair board meeting. As, just something to make sure the 4-H council was aware of, so I think that was probably out of order, but that's how it happened.
So your intent is to reach out to the Tri-County Fair Board and to the other boards and the County Extension Service, for them to get together as a unit and decide that that's your intent, how to go about who has the lead in what. And when and why.
If we can get everybody to agree, market committee does this. They're responsible for this and that, and the 4-H is responsible for this. The fair board is responsible for this. Everybody knowing exactly where their authority is, and so it's not always stepping on each other's toes. Fair board tells market committee they shouldn't do something and they're up in arms. Market committee tells the fair board they're going to do something that the fair board doesn't like, and their fair board's up in arms. Just everybody understand exactly where they fit in the whole scheme of things, what they have control of, what they don't have control of. And then there won't be any misunderstandings, maybe.
So the only thing that I'm saying is that you did send this to the Tri-County Fair Board, but you didn't CC it to any other agencies, which maybe was a misunderstanding and hurt feelings, do you think?
Voted said that Secretary Tri-County Fair did send it to the 4-H.
At least Powell County.
Powell County.
Well, I mean, if the fair, sorry, Bo Walker again here, if you don't know my voice. I mean, if the fair board's in charge and the market committee is chartered as a subcommittee of the fair board. And if the fair board runs the fair and this pertains to the fair, isn't it sort of the fair board's responsibility to lead the charge? If they want to be in charge, right? Isn't that part of leadership?
Yeah, I guess I would not disagree with that statement. If that's, I guess it was because all of these others were named as far as a market sale committee and extension offices. I think proper protocol should have been to copy everybody on it. I think where the real concern comes down to is we do want to collaborate with others at the fair board, but based off of what we had understood from this letter, as far as removing any authority whatsoever from 4-H programs, 4-H is invited to the fair. And when we have an issue arise, that we had one last year and the week before fair, where it was going to be a logistics nightmare, us as the fair board decided, we are sorry 4-H, but we're not going to implement that rule at the last minute in the weeks before fair. If you want to do that in the future, we'll put it in the fair book and that kind of thing. So we want to ensure that fair board still has a certain level of authority where, when we're managing that day-to-day operation of the fair, we're the ones with our feet on the ground. We're out there running the shows, getting the judges, doing all of that, setting up pins, we do so much to make that 4-H show happen. That, every once in a while, we are asked to put out a fire, so to speak. And so we want to ensure that, if there are instances such as that, And again, I'm one person speaking on behalf of the fair board, but I feel that not everyone may share in that opinion.
Well, that's something that could be put in the MOU potentially, so your guys' idea on the MOU might resolve that.
Well, I guess I'm struggling. I don't understand how this letter takes away all authority from the fair board. So I do see two sentences. That middle paragraph, I think you're right. That's the top one. So most of the way down, I'll just read them. Two sentences right in a row here. As such, we, the Board of Powell County Commissioners, hereby direct the Tri-County Fair Board to refrain from infringing on the authority of the Tri-County Extension and 4-H offices to make decisions which impact only the 4-H portion of the Tri-County Fair. That seems a little vague. I can see where that could be interpreted a lot of ways. But then I think the next sentence kind of takes its home, doesn't it? Montana State University Extension and 4-H have the authority to implement, revise, and remove policies that pertain exclusively to the 4-H portion of the fair. So first sentence leaves us going, well, what's that mean? There's some authority language in there. Second sentence goes right to, well, that authority pertains to policies. And I don't know how that's taken away all the authority. You know, it's not like, I think the Fair Board works pretty hard, but I've been around 3 years, so not too long, but I've certainly had Fair Board coming up to me asking what they're supposed to do at the fair, which is kind of odd. And they're not the only ones running around working pretty hard out there. You know, fair season in our office starts about now and doesn't stop until September. So, you know, we're all out there trying to do this in partnership. I think it's a little disingenuous to say that somehow this letter directs the Fair Board to have no authority over their fair when it's to the Fair Board, which to me, if you're sending it to the head honcho, that's a pretty good sign of respect, right? Okay, you all need to go ahead and please reach out and start working a little more in cooperation, because the way the whole vet check thing that somebody over there referenced went down, I mean, that was bungled on Extension's behalf. I don't want to speak for Ben, but I think we would both admit that that wasn't rolled out very well on Extension's behalf. But we still vet checked some people. In fact, we had discussions with some Fair Board members, just 2 of them, after the horse show. And we'd already vet checked horses, and it was fine. And then the day before, maybe Tuesday or Monday of the fair, somewhere in that week, we got an email from the Fair Board saying, well, you can't do this now, even though it had already begun. And I mean, I guess my point is, yeah, it was poorly rolled out. That was definitely something there should have been more communication on, no question about it. And I think Extension gets the blame for dropping the ball. At least I feel that way. I don't want to put Ben in there, but that still wasn't very well. You know, if the Fair Board's in charge, it wasn't handled very well by those in charge. Unfortunately, we had half a vet check going, and then we were told we could continue with the vet check, and then there was no vet check, and nobody talked. You know, I think Ben and I were sitting there talking to a couple Fair Board members about it when it was okay. Well, we can figure out the logistics and make it work, but we just got an email after that was sort of why the Fair Board's against it, not that they weren't disallowing it. And somebody had called Dan Lucas, our supervisor, and he was the one that told one agent not to do it. I mean, it's just a failure in communication across the board. But I mean, I just don't know, you know, a line about implementing, revising, and removing policies takes away all the authority of the Fair Board. And I'm not sure that the Fair Board alone currently runs the fair, right? I think it takes all 3 of these groups in cooperation and partnership, and there's not a lot of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems like you're making the argument that we need the MOU, and I think, yeah, I mean, we can debate the letter, and I think I just say we can try to look at that, working towards that MOU, and hopefully eliminate the problems as we talked about.
Yeah, Chuck, I totally agree with you, Blaine. We need that MOU.
So before the MOU arrives, how do we proceed? Because that's the question. Once the MOU is there, things should be easier, right? Until then, that's the real question. I doubt we'll have, I mean, I'm wrong a lot, but I doubt we'll have an MOU before fair, given how long the last one took to not happen.
Well, I guess we have to get, I mean, if it come down to a dispute, you have to get a legal opinion on who controls the bylaws give a lot of authority to the Fair Board for oversight, and I think that I would look at it like here's the analogy that the extension agents would be like a superintendent of a school, and you need that Fair Board to have it would be like a school board having that oversight, not hopefully micromanaging, but some oversight. That's But maybe that analogy doesn't work here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think I don't know how quickly we would have a MOU written up or anything like that, but we need to probably just have a meeting with everyone, you know, to discuss just roles and responsibilities so we can just get the fair to run as smoothly as we can. We can do that before the fair. We just have to set a time in place to do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Might not be in writing, but at least everyone can have it in their minds and then get it, make recommendations to get it in writing.
Well, I mean, I think that's a terrific idea. This is Bo again. I will say, last year, something was produced. I don't even remember where it came from. Maybe Ben does. It was just, what I recall is a white piece of paper with some words on it, nothing official looking about it, but said, here's what people are responsible for at the fair. I don't think that I certainly know it didn't wind up in my office. It wasn't sent to my office. I don't know if it made it to the other extension offices, but I mean, that was written, it was in paper and not much. I don't think it was followed very well. I'm not sure if it was really. It was just kind of like, I don't even know how to say it. I guess it just seems like somebody wrote something down and said, this is how it is. And it got passed around but to a few people, not everyone involved. And I'm not sure it was followed at all. So I just worry a little bit about these meetings. I mean, it sounds like we've done this several times in the past. I mean, Extension 2 years ago drafted a letter, sent it to the Fair Board. After we realized we were not ex-official members, which most of the Fair Board was under that assumption, and I believe all 3 extension agents at the time were under that assumption. We found out we weren't. We said, well, I guess we don't really need to come to all these meetings. So we sent a letter and said, please invite us when you need us. And as far as I'm aware, we've never been formally invited to a Fair Board meeting. I got a text from a Fair Board member saying you need to be at the meeting last week, but that certainly wasn't a very official. I'm not sure that that person was speaking on behalf of the Fair Board, I guess.
No, because 90% of the Fair Board members at that meeting had no idea that this letter existed until we were there in the room.
Well, potentially that that paper that was sent out last year could potentially be used as the basis for starting an MOU. It's a thought, and they could review that. But something simple like that for this year, revising that and then using that as the catapult to maybe a more official MOU.
Any public comment? Elena?
Thank you. Elena Gagliano for the record.
Oh, sorry, Elena, I hit the wrong button.
Okay, Elena
Sorry.
Gagliano for the record. I'm in Granite County. And first of all, I think the Tri-County Fair Board and 4-H is a great thing. I especially love the rodeo that you guys put on over in Powell County, which I guess is in conjunction with the fair. But that being said, I believe I'm watching the commissioners over in Powell County, and I agree with you gentlemen that you have to get on the same page. And I think that's what all the confusion is. This is an interlocal county fair. Am I correct? It's a tri-county fair, so it's interlocal. And looking at the Granite County page, the information is very sparse and it's even incorrect. It says tri-county. There's 3 counties that are involved: Granite, Powell, and Anaconda Deer Lodge. This is on our website. Then I think somebody said, no, Anaconda Deer Lodge isn't involved. So the MOU says one thing, this says something else. So there's a confusion. When you guys meet, being the board, I don't get notice of it. I don't see it. I'm part of the public. There should be an agenda. There should be the minutes, a notification. I know, I guess you meet once a month, the board, but where's the notification? If I want to check the minutes or an agenda, I have to go to the Powell County website. So, and then I understand that the last time there was a discussion here in Granite County, the bylaws were changed. Well, when were they changed? And apparently these were done in 22, I believe. I don't remember any meetings or anything regarding that. And again, they don't go, they don't coincide with what you're talking about now. So maybe you should have a meeting. I don't even know, is there any, who's there from the board? I guess, who is it? Katie is there from Granite County. I don't know who's there from Powell County, from the Tri-County Board. So, you know, there's so many misunderstanding here, a lot of misunderstanding because we have misinformation. Is there 3 counties involved? Is there not? So I'm confused and I'm the public. But I know damn well that I do go to the Powell County Fair. I love it. And I love the rodeo, like I said. And I know that 4-H for here in Granite County definitely is a big part of the fair. So I think it's important, but I think you all should get on the same page, like somebody said, so there wouldn't be this confusion and people would get along a little better and collaborate a little better. Thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thanks, Elena. I agree with her. Everybody should start talking more and coordinate and have that meeting. That's my opinion. Oh, if everybody's all done.
It was the Trump County Fair. When the accident happened at the demolition derby. Anaconda County as such. Pulled out of the fair, Tri-County Fair. They were still providing funds for the 4-H kids. The 4-H from Anaconda is still coming to the fair and paying a share of the expenses and stuff. But the county itself is not no longer part of the fair board. As far as Granite County, the commissioners appoint your representatives to be on the fair board. If Granite County is not providing any information for the meetings and stuff, Powell County does. It's on the website and things. The meeting dates and fair dates and agendas and all of that are posted there. I'm sure that it could also be transferred over to a website in Granite County if you're not able to find it now, but we didn't change it from Tri-County because we still have the 4-H kids, and we did let the representatives from Granite County or Anaconda Deerland, excuse me, come in as members, but not as Deer Lodge County members. They're a ad hoc sort of a membership. So they are still represented as far as their 4-H and things on the fair board, along with the Granite County members. If that answers your question.
Thanks, that was a good explanation.
So what we need is, Granite County Fair Board members to do some due diligence on minutes and do you all meet together?
Yes, so I am not familiar if it's on Granite County website. I believe it is on, Powell County's website, that we do meet the second Thursday of every month. And I believe our secretary is now posting the minutes there every month as well.
We could do a link on
So
our
if we
website.
could get that
Yeah,
to
we-
Granite counties as well,
Yeah, I can link it.
that would be,
Link up.
Yeah.
Link up.
Link up.
but yeah, it is a standing meeting, and of course, anybody is invited to attend. But we rarely get anybody outside of Fair Board members unless there is a question about a rule.
Okay, so here's the scenario. The only problem is Granite County's website isn't linked with Powell County's website that has the minutes, and so we just need it updated onto Granite County, and that's an easy fix.
Yeah. Secretary send it to, when she submits it to clerk recorder, we get it on our website. They could just send a link or to you or just the.
Yeah, I can do that.
And
Your website.
wasn't completely up to date as far as, I think, like Fair Board members and some other information wasn't accurate, so we can make sure that both counties have correct information.
On there, yeah.
You wanna try to set up a meeting time right now, or just have the
Fair Board.
Fair Board set up the meeting?
Yeah. I don't think we want to have a huge meeting here to start with 7,000 people and 10,000 different ideas. But representatives or the Fair Board, and then some representatives from all the 4-H. One probably from Anaconda, one from Granite, one from Powell County. County Extension agent, something, so a market committee member or two. So that something that's gonna be workable and not just a big shout match. And probably the sooner can get something going, the better.
So
Is
this
that
is,
possible?
I will say that this is marked as an agenda item for our upcoming April meeting, is to discuss this letter. And I would be willing myself to suggest at that meeting, we set a date, a proposed date to meet with extension agents from each county, as well as including the market committee, a representative from there as well, to start this process. So I can make that recommendation at the meeting at that time, unless you guys as commissioners from each county want to designate that right now.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, that'd be good, and then we need to have the Tri-County Fair Board, involved in that too. And I don't know if, we'll have one commissioner at least, that serves, advisory on the Fair Board. I don't know if you'd like to have a commissioner there also. But yes, I think it'd be a good way to get started.
Sounds good.
Elaine has.
Oh, Elena?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought somebody asked me if my question was answered. And I was muted, so I couldn't come on. And I'd say, yes, that explanation was very good. And I assume, according to the new bylaws that I have online here, it says Powell County 7, Granite County 3, and 3 members at large. So that's apparently whoever, Anaconda, Geology, or whoever. So, okay, I understand that. That's great. It would be nice to know who the members are and who is the chair, who is the vice chair, who is the secretary, of the Tri-County Fair Board. That would be nice to know also. And the secretary would be in charge in sharing that information and linking it with the 3 counties. So that's a suggestion. The other thing I'll suggest is if you're gonna have a meeting, the commissioners should be there, definitely. And it should be a Zoom meeting, a meeting held remotely, so that people can be there from different counties. It makes it much more convenient and also that more convenient for the public. And again, I think this is great and it can go. And the collaboration between the counties is important and understanding is important. And corrections and updates to the web pages is also important. And that's about it. Thank you again.
Okay, if there's nothing else, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
You guys, sorry about confusion, we probably went it wrong. About it the wrong way, we probably should have CC'd everybody on it, but our intent was to go to the top, which was the Fair Board, and get them involved, and then that, I guess, contributed to the confusion too. So, but thank you for your concern and looking at, it's not our intent to disband, to do anything, it's just our intent to make things work, and hopefully we can do that by bringing this all together, and we need to work together to make it, a sustainable long-term thing. The youth need this type of activity. We absolutely. So thank you guys. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you. Also.
You're gonna adjourn?
Oh, yeah, we're here.
Soft there.